All right. Let's see what we have here. Hello, you guys. I'm not exactly ready, but I didn't want to be too late. So I went ahead and came on in. You guys see the title. This live is going to be about the Bradley sisters, guys. So come here. Come here. Come on in here, guys. Come here. We got a lot of things that we need to discuss, guys. Come here. Come here now. Okay? Come here now. Get in here now. Get to the motherfucking area. Okay? Come here. That's what you need to do. You need to come here. You. I'm talking about you. Yes, you. Come on in. Come here. Come here. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Brittany. Shout out to Brittany, the first one in the building to comment. Shout out to Brittany. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you. You are officially on code. You are officially in formation, Brittany. Thank you. We're going to complete the last 3 episodes of the podcast, okay? And then we're going to look at some TikTok updates. And then we're going to do an open panel if you guys want to. We can do an open panel, however y'all want to do it. Or if y'all just want to continue to watch me pop my ish about it, then I will do that as well. Thank you for coming to my channel at Becoming King Lexus, where I'm becoming over here, you guys. And I am going to do a video on why I chose this name for myself. I am going to do a video on that as well. But right now, just know that becoming, it means exactly what it is. We are always becoming, right? Let me see. What did I go to on ID? What did I go to? What did I go to? How did I get to that podcast? I'm trying to think. I'm going to Google it first. I'm going to go to Google first. Because we're going to get straight to it. And I woke up and I pulled my scarf off and pulled my hair down. So it's decent, but I'm going to fix it while we're doing the podcast like I always do. I just didn't want to be late. So I went ahead and just hit live. You know what I mean? Because, you know, this, you guys are going to see me vlogging and everything. So to be honest with you guys, I'm just going to come at you real. I'm going to come as I am. You know what I mean? And if I get dressed during the live, I get dressed during the live. If I do my hair during the live, I do my hair during the live. You know, I want you guys to actually be with me like as if you're in my household. And you guys, in the next few days or weeks, this background is going to change. And you guys know why. If you don't know why, then I suggest you go back and look at some of my previous videos. Then you'll know what I'm going through. I'm very transparent about it. I was going to find another place, but I feel like God is telling me to go to my mom's house. She's going through a divorce. She's going through a hard time. He's trying to take the house. I can move in and I'll have my own room, my own space. My children will have their own room, their own space. And also I'll be able to help her save that house. So I feel like God is telling me, Alexis, don't stress about it. You'll be able to focus more on your YouTube when you go back. And I'm gonna give myself 12 months there because it was a hard decision to make. It really was. Because I have worked so hard to be on my own, to have my own shit. You know what I mean? To come out of the situation that I was in before I went back on my own here in Georgia. But you know, I felt like I got confirmation from someone that said, whenever you feel that you have lost your way, go back home. And I got confirmation, and it was in the form of somebody who I was mad at the time. But when I know God is talking to me, I don't care who it comes from. If it comes from somebody I like or somebody I don't like or somebody that upset me, I can feel it in my soul when it's confirmation. And I feel like, yes, I need to go and I need to regroup and I will be able to focus more on my channel. You know what I mean? I'll be able to buy myself more ring lights. I'll be able to make my studio the way that I want it to be. I'll be able to vlog more. You know what I'm saying? It'll be better. So that's what I'm going to do, you guys. And anybody who doesn't know what I'm speaking about, I suggest you go to my page and you look at some of my previous videos so you guys can be caught up on what's going on in my life. But I am going to do, hey Raven, thank you for coming through, boo. But I am going to do a standalone video as well, where I will be talking about what exactly I'm doing and where I'm going and everything. I'm going to do a separate video about that as well in the next few days. Like I said, the background is subject to change very soon. So I just want you guys to be prepared for that. And I'm going to do a separate video, maybe tonight or tomorrow. It might be tonight. You know how I like to take a shower and then do a kickback video before I go to sleep? So it might be tonight. I'll do an update with myself, and then we can have it like a QA so you guys can ask me questions, and you know how I feel. No question is a stupid question unless you're trying to troll me and I can feel it, or unless it's coming from a bad place. And I will be able to tell if it is or if it isn't. And if I can't tell, guess what? You look like a fool. Shame on you, okay? But today we are here about the Bradley sisters, y'all. So we are going to go in and we're going to come finish the podcast that we were watching. Let me turn that fire down. Y'all heard that fire in the background popping and everything? Did y'all hear that? Because it's quite loud because I had the TV up just in case I have to show you guys something on the television. But I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And we are going to go ahead and jump right into it because we're going to knock out all three of them. Now we heard part 1 and we heard part 2. Okay. Do you guys want to? Well, no, we already discussed everything from part 1 and part 2 and from where we left off at. Let me ask you guys this, Raven and Brittany, do you all want me to do a quick recap of the first 2 parts, or do you all want to just jump right into it, start at part 3, go to part 4 and part 5, and then recap everything that we heard? Which ones do you guys want me to do? Put 1, 4, you want a recap of part 1 and 2 first and then go into it, or put 2 if you want to get straight to the content and go straight to part 3, part 4, part 5, and then we'll recap everything at the end. So 1, 4, I don't need a recap. You said it, baby. That's why it matters to comment. If you want your voice to be heard, you guys, you got to jump in the comments. You got to make yourself known so that I know who you are and I value your opinion. All right, guys, we're getting ready to get into it. Part 3. Raven, call me if you can't hear, boo.
Parenting is a wild ride. 1 minute, they're demanding a banana. The next, they're mad because you gave them one. Therapy can help you navigate these ups and downs, and BetterHelp makes it easier to get started. Fill out a brief questionnaire, match with a licensed therapist, and switch therapists anytime for no extra charge. It's 100% online, convenient, and flexible enough to suit any schedule. Visit betterhelp.com/parenthood for 10% off your first month.
At Kroger, we know the minute a tomato is picked off the vine, the fresh timer starts. The sooner we get our produce to you, the fresher it is. That's why we've completely overhauled our process to shorten the time from harvest to home for our tomatoes, strawberries, and salads. Because we know how much you love fresh produce, we give you more time to enjoy your tasty fruits and veggies at home. So whether you're shopping in-store, picking up, or prefer delivery, we're committed to bringing you the freshest produce possible. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
I'm here to announce the indictment of Rex Andrew Heuermann.
Holy crap, they caught Long Island serial killer.
Tell me how this started.
It was a sex party.
I'm gonna murder your family.
12 years, no leads.
How could that happen?
It's been 13 years since 11 bodies were found on Long Island. Police have arrested a man for 3 of those murders. Listen to the latest updates on the case and find the full season of Unraveled, Long Island Serial Killer, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, this is Rex. I hope to talk to you soon.
On February 24th, 2012,
A message was sent via Facebook to April Jackson, the sister of Tracy Bradley. This just came out of the blue, kind of looked upon at the time as a tip. It says, "Hello, I really need to speak with someone in reference to George Washington and the disappearance of those babies. It has been weighing heavy on my heart. I had a fling with him, but I was in a relationship at the time. I will never forget the day, July 5th, 2001. He came to my home in Gary and was visibly shaking. After a lot of drinks, he began to tell me he did something messed up. I'm like, what? And he kept saying, she saw it. So I didn't put two and two together until I saw the show. I was praying all night on how I should respond, but eventually God sought me to tell the truth. I have seeds as well, and God forbid something happens to them and I won't be able to see them again. I am so sorry we had to meet like this. I am Pam Childs, and this is Disappeared, the Bradley Sisters. The number of tips that have come in over the years is staggering. Some have proven more insightful than others, while most are dead ends. But it's imperative that each one be vetted in case any new truth can be discovered. I'm here today speaking with retired Detective Ed Carroll. During this whole situation here, this woman comes up.
Yes.
Because she saw an episode on TV One.
Yes.
Regarding the Bradley girls missing.
Yes.
And in that documentary that she saw, she heard the name George Washington.
Correct.
And not right away, though, but at some point a bell rings for her.
Correct.
Can you tell me what you know about it?
She said she had a relationship at the time with George Washington, and that I believe she said she was embarrassed or scared, but she did not want to come forward at that time. Years later, she's had a pang of conscience and she wants to come forward.
Mm-hmm.
She was living in Gary, Indiana at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Our first time out there, we tried to interview her and we were able to determine that she was in the hospital because she had a mental health crisis.
Okay.
So we weren't able to interview her at that time. We ended up going back a couple of months later when she got out of the hospital, and she tells a pretty remarkable story. She's in a relationship with George Washington, that the night of the 5th going into the 6th, but she says Washington showed up at her home. He had bloody clothing on. Don't quote me on this, but he allegedly told her, I got to make myself small.
Mm-hmm.
And she helped him change clothing, gave him a new set of clothing, and they spent the night together. There's no connection that I could ever find other than from this TV show. I don't know the records that we have. I mean, he
to try and verify.
Okay. Well, hold on a sec. We may have a hit here. Ooh, got a hot number. It's ringing.
The number you have reached has been disconnected, or
And then there's another one.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Around 11, George
no.
picks Tracy up from 5th.
if you feel you
The 10th.
in the morning, which he imagination. A lot of faith in her state. Be close. Ended up going back a couple of months later when she got out of the hospital, and she tells her.
I'm sorry, y'all. I gotta run it back.
The number of tips that have come in over the years is staggering.
Years since 11 bodies were
I gotta
found
run
on
that
Long
shit
Island.
back, y'all.
Police have arrested a man for 3 of those murders.
I gotta run
Listen
it
to the
back.
latest updates on the case and find the full season of Unraveled, Long Island Serial Killer, wherever you
Yep,
get your
that's
podcasts.
Hey, this is Rex. I
That
hope to
makes
talk to
number
you soon.
4. That's the 4th woman. Now we have 4 women.
On February 24th, 2012, a message was sent via Facebook to April Jackson, the sister of Tracy Bradley.
April Jakes.
This just came out of the blue, kind of looked upon at the time as a tip. It says, hello, I really need to speak with someone in reference to George Washington and the disappearance of those babies. It has been weighing heavy on my heart. I had a fling with him, but I was in a relationship at the time. I will never forget the day, July 5th, 2001.
It is raining. It is raining heavy on my heart. I will never forget the day, July 5th, 2001. She had a fling with him, but she was in another relationship. We got to really dig into this because this is what I was telling y'all. This tip should have been looked into way more. July 5th, 2001.
He came to my home in Gary and was visibly shaking. After a lot of drinks, he began to tell me he did something messed up. I'm like, what? And he kept saying, she saw it. So I didn't put two and two together until I saw the show. I was praying all night on how I should respond, but eventually
he kept saying she saw it. We're not gonna just roll past that. That is huge. Really? Really? Where y'all from? Because I do got a cousin that's a RN, but she work at Augusta University. I actually met her when I was having cash. She work at AU. Are you that cousin? Because it say RN, and the name kind of feels familiar. How about this? I'm about to put my email. I'm about to put my email up. Email me so that we can talk during email too, or you could just hit me on IG too. I'm gonna go ahead and drop these banners real quick, y'all, because I don't want to disturb the show. I know y'all, we gotta stay focused. I know. So I'm gonna drop these banners real quick and we're gonna continue. But anybody who I ever met whose last name was my maiden name, they were my family. They were like my family. Oh, Macon. See that? Yeah, Macon. That hits home right there. The Macon hits home. Detroit and Florida. Florida hits home a little bit too. If you want to, you can hit me on IG. Follow me anyway. You know what I'm saying? Because you're on the page, whether you're my cousin or not. I still want you to follow me on IG. Everybody, follow me on IG so that you can message me with tips that you get, or if you hear about something that's going on that's involved in the case or any stories that I'm covering, I want y'all to reach out to me and let me know, okay? So we're going to get back on point real quick. Shout out to Shalonda, RN. Thank you, girl. Thank you. I can't wait to hear from you. I can't wait to hear from you. For the replay gang, this is who I'm speaking with, Miss Shalonda. Everybody say hey to Shalonda. Make sure we make her feel welcome and that we want her to come back. So Brittany, yes. Hold on one second. So Brittany said this man was messing with 4 women at the same time. We know about. Woo child. That's right. Woo child. That is right. Number 4. And I made sure that I put woman number 4. Now the crazy thing about it is this lady said they got drunk. She said he came in flustered. This is the evening of July 5th, y'all. Let's put the timeline together. The girls was reported on July 6th that they were gone, right? It was reported on July 6th that they were gone. But she had not seen them since possibly July 4th because they said that the girls still had on purple and green. That was what they wore on the 4th of July. Let's go back. We got to go. You know what? After we listen to this, we're going to go back a little bit, because didn't she say that she was not in the home none that night, none that day, and then the night and day passed again. When she came home, she didn't see them. So it was about 72 hours that she went without seeing her girls. So on the night of July 5th, that makes a lot of sense. And we're going to tie that in to Raylan's birthday. We're going to tie that into how long it takes for a child to be legitimized. They have a birth certificate and everything. Because isn't Raylan's birthday July the 2nd? Isn't that when she was supposed to be born? We're going to draw all of this shit together, y'all. We're going to pull it all together in this ghetto investigation, honey. We're going to pull it all together. So we're going to let this woman, but this is important. So I'm going to definitely be pausing this, y'all, because this is crazy.
God sought me to tell the truth. I have seeds as well, and God forbid something happens to them and I won't be able to see them again. I am so sorry we had to meet like this. I am.
Now, that's what the lady said to April. We know who April is, right, y'all? April and Faith are the same person, right? That is Tracy's sister. So I want y'all to picture it in your head. If you ever got a sister or a cousin who man was cheating on them and got another girl pregnant or something, and the girl come to you like the girl did with Duchess on Black Ink. The girl come to you and let you know, I'm just letting you know, woman to woman, he got my sister pregnant. That's what type of tease is given. I believe this is a very, very legitimate tip. And it came to the sister April. Now, what did April do with this tip is the question. They not, I thought the sister name was Faith and they call her April sometimes. We got to who is April then? Because I heard, do she have 3 sisters? I need to establish that shit right now. Hold on. Because I was really under the impression that April and Faith was the same person, because I heard people call her Faith before, and it seemed like I heard people call her April. No, it's 2 different people. All right, do you know who is who? Is Faith the sister? The one who I call fake Faith? Is that the sister? Because I need to know. Hold on. I inboxed you on IG a few days ago. Oh shit, you did? That's the thing I don't like about IG. Sometimes it won't let you get messages unless you accept them or some weird shit. See, I don't have. Oh, I see requests. Okay. Thank you for telling me that. Thank you for telling me that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh my God, you gorgeous. You are gorgeous. Will do. All right. That's one of our things. I'm going to write that down. April. Okay. Okay. Faith, IG is Faith. Okay. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad that you dropped down in the comments, and I'm glad that I saw this. See how important the comments are, y'all? This is a whole break in the case right here, because this is a young lady with very good information. Okay. Okay. We're gonna definitely talk. Thank you so much, Brittany. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, Brittany. Facts. We're gonna get to the bottom of all that. I'm writing, I'm keeping notes and checking them twice, baby. Checking them twice. All right. Okay. Thank you, Brittany. We're gonna talk, girl. And you are freaking gorgeous. You really are. All right, so let's continue listening to this podcast. I wrote down the names and I am going to look them both up. Brittany, thank you so much.
Cam Childs, and this is Disappeared, the Bradley sisters. The number of tips that have come in over the years is staggering. Some have proven more insightful than others, while most are dead ends. But it's imperative that each one be vetted in case any new truth can be discovered. I'm here today speaking with retired detective Ed Carroll. During this whole situation here, this woman comes up.
Yes.
Because she saw an episode on TV One.
Yes.
Regarding the Bradley girls missing.
Yes.
And in that documentary that she saw, she heard the name George Washington.
Correct.
And not right away, though, but at some point a bell rings for her.
Correct.
Can you tell me what you know about it?
She said she had a relationship at the time with George Washington, and that I believe she said she was embarrassed or scared, but she did not want to come forward at that time. Years later, she's had a pang of conscience and she wants to come forward.
Mm-hmm.
She was living in Gary, Indiana at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Our first time out there, we tried to interview her and we were able to determine that she was in the hospital because she had a mental health crisis.
Okay.
So we weren't able to interview her at that time. We ended up going back a couple of months later when she got out of the hospital, and she tells a pretty remarkable story. She's in a relationship with George Washington, that the night of the 5th going into the 6th, but she says Washington showed up at her home. He had bloody clothing on. Don't quote me on this, but he allegedly told.
The night of the 5th going into the 6th. That means that it was between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. is when this happened. Because she said the 5th going into the 6th. Between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. this happened where he came in. What happened? What else? I'm going to do a 15-second backup. Now, tell us again.
It's a pretty remarkable story. She's in a relationship with George Washington, that the night of the 5th going into the 6th, but she says Washington showed up at her home. He had bloody clothing on. Don't quote me on this, but he allegedly told her, I got to make myself small.
Mm-hmm.
He came in with bloody clothing. I got to make myself small. That evil son of a bitch. Ugh.
And she helped him change clothing, gave him a new set of clothing, and they spent the night together. There's no connection that I could ever find other than from this TV show. I don't know if she was dreaming this up or not. Mm-hmm. To my discredit, I didn't put a lot of faith in her statements at the time, simply because.
Why? Why did you not put a lot of faith in the statement? Why? I don't understand, y'all. I don't understand, y'all. I'm not feeling that. I'm not feeling that. Talk to me. Hey, sis. What's going on, sis? Why would he not put a lot of faith into that statement, y'all? Why?
she seemed to be a little off. Now, could she have been a little off because she kept a secret all that time? Sure. I'm not a mental health expert by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, Gary's not that far from Chicago, so he could have gone there. But, you know, the records that we have, I mean, he would have had to go there, you know, between 1 and 6 in the morning, 1 and 7 in the morning. Which
y'all know we listening to this together on everything. I love y'all. I wouldn't lie to y'all like that. I haven't heard this because I like to show my real raw reaction and stuff. But when he just said that, I just told you I had to be between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m., right? He could have definitely did that. Because guess who else was missing? Guess who was missing around that time? Tracy. And now we have 4 women, right? 4 women. He said that the woman seemed a little bit off. I think he probably felt like she was high or something. Let's say if she was, that gives us 2 women in the thing that he was messing with that were either alcoholics or did drugs, because she seemed a little bit off. It's given he was a pimp to me. It's given he was a pimp or a drug dealer. That's what it's given. Am I putting too much dip on my chip? How y'all feel? That's what it's given, that he was either a pimp or a drug dealer. And I'm leaning more towards pimp because he sold the girls. That's what I truly believe in my heart. And that's what I intend on proving with my lives. Even if she was high, he still should have looked into it. Absolutely, Brittany. That was the dumbest thing he ever did. But guess what? Back in 2001, they still don't even believe us now, Brittany. They still don't even take us seriously now, sis. So you know, back then, she could have actually not even been high. She could have been frustrated because she realized why his clothes was bloody. She could have just been shaken up because she realized, oh my God, his clothes was bloody that night. And I helped him change clothes. And this is what he was saying he did. She said he kept saying, she saw me. Let me write that down too. Yeah, I wrote that down. He kept saying, she saw me. This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. How you mishandle an investigation like this? You mean to tell me this was the biggest investigation in Chicago's history for these 2 girls? That's what y'all marketing it as. But the people who seem to be handling the investigation dropped the ball several times. How is this? Either y'all took it seriously or y'all didn't. I'm confused. Because that's what people love to say, that this was the biggest investigation in the history of Chicago. That's what people always say. But all we are hearing is stories of people dropping the fucking ball. Meanwhile, these girls are still out here in a trunk or in somewhere uncomfortable or worse. Or worse. His clothes was bloody. And he said she saw me. Come on, Shalia. Thank you. We're going to look at some more of them too, Shalia. And then look. Raven, I know you know. I know you know about it, sis. I know you know about old Crook County. Is old girl still is she still the, what is it, the DA or the district attorney or something? Is she still there? What's her name? The black girl. I can't think of her name right now, but she indicted R. Kelly and stuff. That lady. If she's still there, we need to write her a letter. We need to type a letter to her, y'all, or a petition or something, because that evidence needs to be released. If they didn't take that seriously, y'all, How much other stuff do y'all think they didn't take seriously, y'all? Because we are never going to know the whole full truth, because they still got to protect their integrity of their office and their department. So it's a lot of other stuff, y'all, that we're not even going to get to know about. Y'all understand what I'm saying? It's a lot of other stuff that we will never know about, because they will be then exposing themselves as the detectives, as the police department. They're not going to say everything. But the things that they do feel comfortable saying is so fucked up. It's still horrible. Dang, Raven. Yes, Kim Fox. Raven, remind me to slow down on the curse words. Sorry, YouTube. I'm passionate, YouTube. I apologize. When y'all monetize me, I'm not going to be doing that. Go ahead and let me get monetized so I can be professional. But no, seriously. Yeah, man, they trying to get her out. Yeah, she crooked as well. Yeah. But if she in office, we the letter gonna have to go to somebody. To be honest with y'all, now that I know what I'm doing when it comes to here and my future and my children's future and everything, now that I know that we good, I made my decision of where I'm gonna go on, and this year that I'm gonna give myself to build up and get monetized and be where I want to be and start my foundation and my businesses and everything, and also be helping my mom at the same time. Now that I know what I'm doing and I got a plan, I'm thinking about making a day trip to Chicago just to go and get them records. I really am. I used to fly all the time, and I'm going to go check my account and see if I got some miles or something. Because I feel like I want to make a day trip to freaking Chicago. I worked out there for 3 months. So I don't got close relationships with people out there, but I do know people. And I'm really thinking about doing a day trip. And I'll make sure that I'm safe. I'll plan it to where I won't go by myself. You know what I'm saying? Me and Raven, or me and Yushraya, or all three of us can go up there. You'll be there in 3 weeks. Do me a favor, and I'm gonna look at my account and see if I got some miles. But if you're really down to do it, let's start looking up tickets. For real. If you're really trying to do it, let's look up some tickets. So that way we can get to the bottom of George Washington's background, and also Tracy's background, and also Faith's background, and April's background, and Sheila's background. We don't need to look at Rita's background because we can see her heart is pure. But it's some people that's covering some stuff up. And that's a part of the generational cycles as well, to cover it up, brushing under the rug. No, we finna snatch the rug from up under y'all feet for these girls. It's ridiculous. Lord, I can imagine what Tiana's spirit saying, what Diamond's soul saying. You know what I'm saying?
Could have gotten there and back very quickly. And at that time in the morning, it's probably less than that, 20.
And if you knew that, why didn't you take it serious? I'm gonna bring back 15 seconds.
He doesn't
30.
Off because she kept a secret all that time? Sure. I'm not a mental health expert by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, Gary's not that far.
Hold up.
Find other than he allegedly told her, I got to make myself small. And she helped him change clothing, gave him a new set of clothing, and they spent the night together. There's no connection that I could ever find other than from this TV show. I don't know if she was dreaming this up or not. To my discredit,
Thank you so much, Shalonda, for subscribing. I appreciate that. All right, he said to his discredit, he did not look into it.
Didn't put a lot of faith in her statements at the time, simply because she seemed to be a little off. Now, could she have been a little off because she kept a secret all that time? Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not a mental health expert by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, Gary's not that far from Chicago, so he could have gone there. But, the The records that we have, I mean, he would have had to go there between 1 and 6 in the morning, 1 and 7 in the morning, which he could have gotten there and back very quickly. And at that time in the morning, it's probably less than that, 20 minutes or so. He doesn't, I don't recall if she said what he did with the bodies. I don't remember that.
Despite the red flags,
let's get this right. He put an S on it. He said bodies with an S. But I do not believe it's a bodies with an S. I believe it's a singular body, not with an S. Because they're dumb, narcissistic, sociopathic, psychotic asses thought that she was 3 and she would not remember. They thought that she was 3 years old and that she would not remember. They treated her as if she was 1. And I believe when she got sold, I wouldn't be surprised, right? And this is just one of my theories. We're going to get back to it. But I was thinking about this the other day. Y'all, I would not be surprised if the people who paid for Diamond probably thought she was younger than what she was. You know what I'm saying? They probably on some shit like, we're not going to buy nobody past the age of 2. Or we're not going to traffic nobody past the age of 2. So that we know that they won't remember and we can mold them to what we want. I wouldn't be surprised if he lied to them and told them she was 1 or 2 years old. Because at 3 years old, you have memories. You have memories. Thank you, Raven. Y'all please hit the like button for me so that we can get this pushed up in the algorithm so that we can speak about these 2 beautiful Black girls, y'all, so that we can get the word out. It's not enough traffic around this. It's not. It's a following on TikTok about it. It's a following on Instagram and YouTube about it a little bit, but we need to blow this story up bigger. We do. This is crazy. And we can't let this happen again. So we need to use this situation not only as a cautionary tale, but we need to use this situation as an example of what not to do, which is a cautionary tale. But still, we need to blow it up so that we learn from this and so that we can spot this. If you're in a neighborhood with somebody and you notice that you got a Tracy living next door to you, and you know that you got a Tracy living across the hall from you, get involved. Ask her if she okay. Why she keep leaving the children. Get involved. I don't care what they call you. I would rather get involved and somebody be mad at me and then eventually realize that I had good intentions. Honestly, and this is how I am. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. If I feel like I'm doing something for the betterment of a person or for their kids, I'm all right with them being mad at me in the beginning. Because I know at the end of the day, they're going to be grateful for me when they realize that I have pure intentions. When they realize that I had good intentions, they're going to eventually see. So I don't care if they mad at me in the beginning. If my neighbor getting abused and I do something to help her so that this man don't kill her, I don't care if she mad at me at first. And that's the way the family should have been with Tracy. I don't give a damn if you mad at me right now, Tracy, because I'm pulling the rug from up under your feet. I don't care. Your daughters are missing and you're not in your right mind right now. You'll thank me later. Thank me later.
Investigator Foster, the family's investigator, and I spent some time trying to track her down to try and verify any part of her story. Failing in those attempts, we'd have to ask the hard questions of why she would make a false statement in this case.
Really?
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have
Okay, well, you got the wrong area. So you just dialed the 886
No.
219. That's disconnected. So then what about the next one?
What's the next one?
219.
Okay. Oh, hold on a sec. We may have a hit here. Ooh, got a hot number. It's ringing.
The number you have reached has been disconnected.
Why would the number work after all these years? Why are y'all just now calling the numbers? Come on, y'all. I know that this is a documentary and everything, and I get that. But come on. This girl probably, you already said she seemed unstable. this girl probably don't have the same number from the early 2000s.
Connected or
And then there's another one. It has been no easy task tracking down this woman in excess of 10 years after she made her initial report. Ed and I need to refocus on George Washington and his whereabouts on July 5th through July 7th. According to Tracy, George was with her until the early morning hours of July 6th. He takes her to work at about 7 a.m. Around 11, George picks Tracy up from work.
Wait a minute.
Tell me about George's behavior when he
Wait, before we
picked you up
go
from
into
work.
that, I gotta make sure
Did
I got
he
all the details,
seem
y'all.
different?
I'm sorry.
Was he acting?
I'm gonna
George
hit the
picks
rewind for
house
30
on
seconds.
July 5th through July 7th. Easy task tracking down this woman.
the number you have reached has been disconnected or
And then there's another one. It has been no easy task tracking down this woman in excess of 10 years after she made her initial report. Ed and I need to refocus on George Washington and his whereabouts on July 5th through July 7th. According to Tracy, George was with her until the early morning hours of July 6th. He takes her to work at about 7 a.m. Around 11, George picks Tracy up from work. Tell me about George's behavior when he picked you up from work. Did he seem different? Was he acting different? Did you notice anything that was off about him?
He was just like laid back, like, you know, a regular person.
Okay. His normal
Yes.
personality?
Yes.
Nothing seemed off to you?
When we got to the house, and because he came upstairs with me.
Okay. Was that abnormal?
Yeah. Because then after that,
because I know you said that when, the night before, he took the girls over to mom's.
Yes.
He didn't come upstairs.
No.
Now, on this particular day,
yes, on the 6th.
He picks you up from work.
On the 6th.
He comes in with you.
Yes.
And that's out of his character. Or would it be out of his character?
It would have been, because usually he would stay downstairs sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But that
he comes in because I know nothing seemed off to you.
When we got to the house, and because he came upstairs with me.
Okay, was that abnormal?
Yeah, because then after that,
because I know you said that when, the night before, he took the girls over to mom's.
Yes.
He didn't come upstairs.
No.
Now, on this particular day,
yes, on the 6th.
He picks you up from work.
On the 6th.
He comes in with you.
Yes.
And that's out of his character. Or would it be out of his character?
It would have been, because usually he would stay downstairs sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But that particular day, he can't come up. And then when I called them, he was just looking strange.
Bullshit. Y'all heard that, right? I'm coming back to the page so I can see y'all comments. Y'all talk to me. Y'all heard that, right? Y'all, I'm gonna tell y'all right now what I just was thinking about, okay? Guys, let me tell y'all, Tracy's mentally not right, y'all. And now, because George Washington didn't choose her, now she's finally talking about him. Because he didn't choose her. He didn't choose to be with her. When she felt like they still had a chance to be together, this motherfucking woman covered for this man, tooth and nail, did everything she could to cover for him and get him out of there. And now, 22 fucking years later, you telling us that he seems strange. How the fuck are we supposed to take that? Because you're still lying. You're still not telling the truth. And that makes me so mad. Because you're still lying. He just seemed a little strange. Tell the truth. You was in on it with him. You was helping cover him up. You was helping him cover it up. That's where the delay was. That's why there was a delay. Them 6 or 7 hours that you said you was just decided you wanted to look for him for yourself. That's why it was a delay. The delay was y'all covering it up. That was the fucking delay. Sorry for cursing, YouTube.
And now Tracy Bradley is leaving the apartment to go and look for her children.
Right.
George Washington drives her to somewhere on the bridge on 35th Street that's headed towards the lakefront, and she gets out. And he drives away.
Right.
That's when he starts the rest of his day with Chandra Stewart.
Correct. It's actually at 12:25.
No. Absolutely not. If they went there to that lake, if that's where he took her, if he took her to that fucking lake, it was to do something. Oh, God. Oh, Lord, what we gonna do? Listen, just drop me off at the lake. Drop me off at the lake. I'm gonna go act like I'm looking for him. You go do something with this. I can't believe you did this to my daughter. Tracy, shut up. I'm gonna marry you. I'm gonna be with you. I need you to have my back on this. Come on, man. Go drop me off at the lake. I'll go this way while you go that way and hide everything. We got this money for selling diamond. They gave us $35,000 for this baby. We're going to be straight. We're going to be together. I'm going to leave my wife. You don't want diamond anyway. You named it after my wife. Tiana saw me. We had to do what we had to do. I had to do it. She saw me. Put y'all comments in there. Am I tripping? Am I going too far with it? I want to know. That's what I feel. That's what I see. That wasn't nothing but a deflection. That whole going to the lake thing to look for them, that was a deflection. Why would the first place you go look for your daughters at the lake when they said they went to the fucking store with George? Why would you go look at the lake? What y'all went to that lake for? What y'all went to that lake for? After he was burning something in his garage. In a 55-gallon drum. In a 55-gallon drum. Y'all really went to that lake for? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm going to let it rock.
He's actually calling Chandra's home. And I remember that one of the interviews that George initially did is they asked him why he was calling Chandra. And this is still all very fresh. And I think his response was that, well, I figured the camping trip was off, so I was seeing what Chandra was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Who is Chandra?
Gets out. And he drives away.
Right.
That's when he starts the rest of his day with Chandra Stewart.
Correct. It's actually at 12:25. He's actually calling Chandra's home. And I remember that one of the interviews that George initially did is they asked him why he was calling Chandra. And this is still all very fresh. And I think his response was that, well, I figured the camping trip was off, so I was seeing what Chandra was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So, kind of lackadaisical about the whole thing. I don't think at this point that George, maybe he knew in his heart that Diamond was his.
Paul. They said he started calling Chandra, right? I know that I keep pausing to y'all, but this is something that we got to break down every fiber of this thing. He called a lady named Chandra immediately when this happened, okay? It's giving pimp, y'all. It's giving pimp. It's giving pimp. And what's the lady name who came forward? How do we know that the lady who came forward and gave her tip wasn't Chandra? If he immediately went to go get up with Chandra, saying that, well, the camping trip is off, so I might as well go and meet with Chandra. Y'all weren't not getting ready for a camping trip. Y'all were not. Y'all wouldn't leave the girls at home by themselves for 2 and 3 days if y'all were getting ready for a camping trip. He said to himself, she leave them kids home all the time. She leave them home all the time. They'll never guess it was me. They can't put it on me. He would have destroyed Tracy in court, talking about how she was on drugs, talking about how she left her children all the time, probably talking about how she would let a man be with a child for drugs, anything. And she knew that too, because she let that guilt and that shame that I tell y'all about all the time that people use to mess their life up, that guilt and that shame of her knowing that she left her children all the time, knowing she chose drugs over her children, knowing she did not protect them. She didn't want the world to know that. That was another influence for her to help cover this up for George. Immediately when he dropped you off, he on the phone with Chandra. Sound like y'all was a team to me. It sounded like he was pimping. And it sounded like he found out that he could sell a baby for a certain amount of money. That's what it sounded like to me. Y'all. Oh my God, y'all. Cause I got good news. I just got a text message from Cash Dad. He got the truck fixed. He told me to go get my truck. He got it fixed. And he put the tires on there. So, thank you. Shout out to Cash Daddy. Thank you, sir. Because I was stressed out about that. So now I'm back rolling. He told me to go get the truck. The tires are on there. Oh my goodness. I'm very excited about that, y'all. I really am. Chandra is his girlfriend. I just want to say thanks, okay? I know you probably watching this. You don't have to comment, but I appreciate you. That's what's up. That's beautiful. He just texted me and said, go get your truck, the tire on it. Y'all, real men make the world go around. I'm telling you, I was stressed out about that thing. Oh, I was stressed out about that. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to let the rest of it play. I'm going to let the rest of it play, and I'm going to put my headphones in.
But I don't think at this point he had admitted to Tracy that Diamond was his child. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, he actually leaves a message for him at 11:29. Hey, Tiani or Diamond, pick up the phone. Me and your mama and I am on the way over there to pick you all up. So get your stuff together. You all blankets, you all clothes together. We should be there in 15 to 20 minutes, 11:30 now, and I'll try to call you back.
So we know that George didn't help with the search. Could he have shown up to
get all clothes together? Diamond was his. Seeing what Chandra was doing. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, kind of lackadaisical about the whole thing. I don't think at this point that...
It's over
right,
to mom's.
Yes.
He didn't come upstairs.
No.
Now, in this particular day,
yes,
on the 6th,
he picks you up from work.
On the 6th.
So that we can catch up on it.
He comes in with
while I run
yes.
and get the truck real quick. I'm going to run him back to the beginning. And, we're gonna
and that's out of his character. Or would it be out of his character?
Yeah, because then after that...
because I know you said that when, the
Kroger, fresh for everyone.
I'm here to announce the indictment of Rex Andrew Heerman.
Holy crap, they caught Long Island serial killer.
Tell me how this started.
It was a sex party.
I'm gonna murder your family.
12 years, no leads.
How could that happen?
It's been 13 years since 11 bodies were found on Long Island. Police have arrested a man for 3 of those murders. Listen to the latest updates on the case and find the full season of Unraveled, Long Island Serial Killer, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, this is Rex. I hope to talk to you soon.
On February 24th, 2012, a message was sent via Facebook to April Jackson, the sister of Tracy Bradley. This just came out of the blue, kind of looked upon at the time as a tip. It says, hello, I really need to speak with someone in reference to George Washington and the disappearance of those babies. It has been weighing heavy on my heart. I had a fling with him, but I was in a relationship at the time. I will never forget the day, July 5th, 2001. He came to my home in Gary and was visibly shaking. A lot of drinks, he began to tell me he did something messed up. I'm like, what? And he kept saying, she saw it. So I didn't put two and two together until I saw the show. I was praying all night on how I should respond, but eventually God sought me to tell the truth. I have seeds as well, and God forbid something happens to them and I won't be able to see them again. I am so sorry we had to meet like this. I am Pam Childs, and this is Disappeared, the Bradley Sisters. The number of tips that have come in over the years is staggering. Some have proven more insightful than others, while most are dead ends. But it's imperative that each one be vetted in case any new truth can be discovered. I'm here today speaking with retired detective Ed Carroll. During this whole situation here, this woman comes up.
Yes.
Because she saw an episode on TV One.
Yes.
She heard the name George Washington.
Correct.
And not right away, though, but at some point a bell rings for her.
Correct.
Can you tell me what you know about it?
She said she had a relationship at the time with George Washington, and that I believe she said she was embarrassed or scared, but she did not want to come forward at that time. Years later, she's had a pang of conscience and she wants to come forward.
Mm-hmm.
She was living in Gary, Indiana at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Our first time out there, we tried to interview her and we were able to determine that she was in the hospital because she had a mental health crisis.
Okay.
So we weren't able to interview her at that time. We ended up going back a couple of months later when she got out of the hospital, and she tells a pretty remarkable story. She's in a relationship with George Washington, that the night of the 5th going into the 6th, but she says that Washington showed up at her home. He had bloody clothing on. Don't quote me on this, but he allegedly told her, I got to make myself small.
Mm-hmm.
And she helped him change clothing, gave him a new set of clothing, and they spent the night together. There's no connection that I could ever find other than from this TV show. I don't know if she was dreaming this up or not.
Mm-hmm.
To my discredit, I didn't put a lot of faith in her statements at the time, simply because she seemed to be a little off. Now, could she have been a little off because she kept a secret all that time? Sure. I'm not a mental health expert by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, Gary's not that far from Chicago, so he could have gone there. But, you know, the records that we have, I mean, he would have had to go there, you know, between 1 and 6 in the morning, 1 and 7 in the morning, which he could have gotten there and back very quickly. And at that time in the morning, it's probably less than that, 20 minutes or so. He doesn't, I don't recall if she said what he did with the bodies. I don't remember that.
Despite the red flags, Investigator Foster, the family's investigator, and I spent some time trying to track her down to try and verify any part of her story. Failing in those attempts, we'd have to ask the hard questions of why she would make a false statement in this case.
Really?
Sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have
Okay, well, you got the wrong area. So you just dialed the 886
No.
219.
9490.
That's disconnected.
Mm-hmm.
So then what about the next one?
What's the next one?
219.
Okay. Oh, hold on a sec. We may have a hit here. Ooh, got a hot number. It's ringing.
The number you have reached has been disconnected or is
And then there's another one. It has been no easy task tracking down this woman in excess of 10 years after she made her initial report. Ed and I need to refocus on George Washington and his whereabouts on July 5th through July 7th. According to Tracy, George was with her until the early morning hours of July 6th. He takes her to work at about 7 a.m. Around 11, George picks Tracy up from work. Tell me about George's behavior when he picked you up from work. Did he seem different? Was he acting different? Did you notice anything that was off about him?
He was just like laid back, like, a regular person.
Okay, his normal personality?
Yes.
Nothing seemed off to you?
When we got to the house, and because he came upstairs with me.
Okay, was that abnormal?
Yeah, because then after that,
because I know you said that when, the night before, he took the girls over to mom's.
Yes.
He didn't come upstairs.
No.
Now, on this particular day,
yes, on the 6th.
He picks you up from work.
On the 6th.
He comes in with you.
Yes.
And that's out of his character. Or would it be out of his character?
It would have been, because usually he would stay downstairs sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But that particular day, he can't come up. And then when I called them, he was just looking strange.
And now Tracy Bradley is leaving the apartment to go and look for her children.
Right.
George Washington drives her to somewhere on 35th Street.
I just want to know if y'all can hear me.
Towards the lakefront.
You can hear me.
Drive away. That's when he starts the rest of his day with Chandra Stewart.
Correct. It's actually at 12:25, he's actually calling Chandra's home. And I remember that one of the interviews that George initially did is they asked him why he was calling Chandra. And this is still all very fresh. And I think his response was that, well, I figured the camping trip was off, so I was seeing what Chandra was doing. So, kind of lackadaisical about the whole thing. I don't think at this point that George, maybe he knew in his heart that Diamond was his, but I don't think at this point he had admitted to Tracy that Diamond was his child. So, yeah, he actually leaves a message for him at 11:29. Hey, Tiani or Diamond, pick up the phone. Me and your mama and I am on the way over there to pick you all up. So get your stuff together. You all blankets, all clothes together. We should be there in 15 to 20 minutes, 11:30 now, and I'll try to call you back.
So we know that George didn't help with the search. Could he have shown up to Gary, Indiana, the night the girls went missing? So he originally says he's with Chandra.
Correct.
At what time?
That evening.
The whole evening of the 6th.
The 7th.
The 7th.
6th going into the 7th, the morning of the 7th. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the police department calls George's home. They talk to somebody for 3 minutes and 22 seconds. And then George's home calls George's cell for 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Well, I'm sure that was whoever
answered the phone at his home, right?
The police department,
right,
is now calling George to let him know,
right,
that the police are looking for you.
We are headed over into the Gary, Indiana area.
And we got 2 locations, right, that she might be at.
That is correct. Let's see if she's there. George did have family members right off the Airport Industrial Road, right in front of Gary Airport. And there's a lot of marsh waterways out there too as well.
Definitely a place where you can hide some bodies, huh? Or get rid of some. And nobody be the wiser. Finding this woman has become one of the key aspects of our investigation. It is possible to make her story work based on the timeline and cell phone records we have for George Washington. It could also provide an answer to where the sisters might be. Without traffic in the dead of night, it would be a very easy drive. Today, the city is still incredibly depressed. Even in daylight, it's a scary place to be.
What's going to happen is that we're going to do a U-turn. Probably going to get out and guide us. Oh, look at that swamp water. Look how deep that tire is back there. You see it? It's in the swamp land. But this is the road.
At one point, Washington had family that lived someplace close by that little turnoff we took to get in here.
Mm-hmm. What's really in the containers? Let me see if I can smell anything.
Give me that camera. Let me take some photos of this hideout. This hidden ass area. This is insane. I mean, this is a hiding place all day, every day. In the early 2000s, Gary, Indiana was a hotbed for crime. It earned the unfortunate title Murder Capital of the Nation in the 1990s. If you needed to hide a body, this could be high up on your list if you were familiar with the area. The back road was a single long stretch of road with marshland on one side. It was filled with trash and looked as if it hadn't been disturbed in years. It's also worth noting that the police never widened their search to Gary, Indiana, as the woman's tip came in years after the initial crime. There would have been no reason to search these swampy marshlands for signs of Diamond and Tianda. When we arrived at the address that we had for the woman, we were only able to speak to a neighbor.
We spoke to the neighbor, and the neighbor says that she doesn't recall a female living there.
She does not recall ever seeing a woman live there. While police investigated George Washington early on, he's never been arrested in connection to this case. But the Bradley family has a lot of firsthand knowledge to share with me regarding his behavior over the years. When we re-interview Rita Bradley, sister to Diamond and Tianda, she had thoughts on George Washington's possible involvement and motives. You and Victoria, you all didn't really know George Washington. How did they know him? They're the youngest. They didn't know him that well either.
They didn't know him.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know him.
You know, and like you said a few times, he'd take you to Tiny's or take you somewhere, but
no, took us nowhere, just tiny house.
About how many times?
I guess when she going over his house, not so many times, but I can say that.
So whenever your mom go to George Washington's house, she would drop you guys off at time.
Yeah, but not all the time. Cause sometimes we stayed in the house by ourselves. So when she wash the thing, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
When she wash it, like I guess when she feel like she's gonna be gone long enough days, you feel me? Then she gonna take us over there. But if it's just going to spend the night and then coming back that afternoon, the next day, then we stay home.
So has she ever left you guys alone like for 2 days?
In the house?
And she didn't come back.
Mm-mm.
But it would be like an overnight thing.
Yeah, come back the morning.
At least one day you'd be left alone totally. But it was never like a span of 2 days or more.
No. She ain't live on that long.
Okay.
She know we would have been calling Faye no phone.
That is a lie.
She know. Okay. We'll be calling their phone like she left us and we still up in the house. Cause that's why they begin to talk. We'll call Faye and tell. Like my mama left us in the house, so we scared, and she'll be at Beethoven with Faye, and then Faye will walk up to her like, "Why you leave them in the house? You could have just took them to Tony's house. Like, what's your reason to leaving them in the house?" I never know.
Did you ever understand what her responses were for leaving?
No, because when she left us, she went to go party, so it's no excuse. You know, it just.
And you knew that being 12 years old, that she was out partying.
Yeah.
And that's why she was doing what she was doing.
On the 5th, going into the 6th, Tracy said that she was not home. And the question was posed to Tracy, can you let us know what do you mean you weren't home? She said, I wasn't home. I went straight to work from George Washington's house.
So I'm starting to put stuff together myself. Because I started saying to myself, like, so she went home on the 5th. I mean, the 6th. That's what I believe. I said that to myself, too. That's all you could think of, because they gave him so much time, but she never went back on the 6th.
Parenting is an epic journey of highs and lows. Therapy can help you navigate it all and take care of yourself so you can be the best parent possible. And BetterHelp makes it easy. Complete a brief questionnaire, match with a licensed therapist, and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. 100% online and designed for maximum flexibility. Get started at betterhelp.com/parenthood for 10% off the first month.
Hardee's signature Frisco Burger and Frisco Breakfast Sandwich are the kind of goodness people drive across town for. Classic favorites on a toasted sourdough bun. Only at Hardee's. Goodness in the making. Participation may vary.
I'm Eli Roth. In the upcoming second season of my podcast, A Ghost Ruined My Life from Travel, you'll hear real, horrifying accounts from actual victims who came face to face with the paranormal and survived.
It was the shape of a small human, and it was pure blackness, like nothing I've ever seen before in my life.
A ghost? You saw a ghost?
Yeah, I did. Listen to A Ghost Ruined My Life with Eli Roth from Travel, wherever you get your podcasts. And prepare to be terrified.
One major piece of evidence that continues to raise eyebrows involves heavy-duty gloves, contractor trash bags, metal drums, and a receipt found in his car that proved he purchased the items shortly before the girls went missing. Later in the investigation, it was discovered that George Washington had bought several pairs of heavy-duty gloves. He had bought a box of contractor bags, and when he was questioned about those items, he stated that he needed those items because he was cleaning out his basement, and he had, taken some debris out, and he didn't want to leave it in his alley because his neighbors were complaining. He always had a lot of garbage in the alley. So George Washington claimed to have brought those garbage bags over to the lagoon area, which this lagoon area basically stretches around Washington Park. It's huge. And in one location of this lagoon area were some city garbage cans where he stated he dumped the garbage bags in those cans. And members of the Chicago Police Department transported George Washington over here to Washington Park to pinpoint exactly where the garbage cans were with the garbage that he claimed to have dumped here. And that garbage was never located.
Well, George was in the home remodeling business and rehabbing business. He had stopped at the Home Depot and bought a couple of items, which were bleach, as we know as garbage bags, and some gloves.
Contractor bags, not just regular garbage bags.
The old
heavy-duty contractor bags on the 6th of July.
Yeah, 6th of July. 6th of July. And he bought those items.
And the heavy-duty gloves.
Yes. In purchasing those items, we did have a interview with his employers that only 4 of those bags was missing from the heavy-duty box that was used to store those garbage bags.
And again, George Washington claims to have used 2.
That's correct.
Of the contractor bags. But his employer at the place where he worked informed the police that 4 of those contractor bags were missing.
That is correct.
All of this, the purchase of these odd items that one would say is a starter kit for a murder, or I would think that immediately. That's what I thought.
I mean, you can search Google's and Google's would tell you the same thing. Get a starter pack.
Besides the trash bags, Ed Carroll followed up with other pieces of information about George. On July 6th, a neighbor claimed to see George starting a fire in a large metal barrel in the alley behind his house. The neighbor also told police that George shoved one of the barrels into the trunk of his car, which does match evidence the police found during their search of his home. And looking at this case as a whole, you know, there's a lot of up and down, a lot of roller coaster rides here, and very little evidence.
Very little.
What would you say is one of the best pieces of evidence that has came about that's real?
There's a lot of evidence. Most of it is useless. There was a hair recovered from the trunk of George Washington's car. It sat in evidence for a while, or two hairs, I take it back.
Yeah, because I was going to say, some people said it was more than one.
Yeah, there was two hairs.
Just one.
They were found in the trunk of George Washington's car. When Washington was questioned about it, he said he used to put the kids in the trunk of the car to sneak them into the drive-in.
Yeah.
In 2001, my memory serves correctly, there was no drive-ins left in the city of Chicago, or even in Cook County for that matter, or Will County. Years later, it was determined that we would have those tested. DNA was still not what it is today. We packaged them up, sent them off to Quantico, the FBI. At the time, there was only 3 or 4 labs in the United States that could do mitochondrial DNA testing, which is the testing for the mother. So we had them tested, and one of the hairs was inconclusive, but the other hair came back to a match for Tianda and Tracy. I thought, wow, that's great. I presented that at the time to the state's attorneys, and they said, yeah, it's good, but all it proves is that she was in his car. And my argument at the time was that, well, they weren't in the car that much, and this is a hair that's in the trunk. It's not on the back seat. It's not on the front seat. It's in the trunk. And they said, well, the hair could have come off of her head, slipped down through the seat and into the trunk.
Yeah, I've
well,
heard
okay.
this.
And Washington says he put him in the trunk to take him into the show.
Now, let me just say something on that, because I have had more than one interview with Rita and Victoria. Those girls told me, I mean, without doubt, we have never been in the trunk of that man's car. They've never been to the drive-in with George Washington.
Correct.
And there's only been a few times.
A handful.
That they were actually in his vehicle.
Correct. And when I say a handful, less than 5.
Yes.
Because they told me, I'm sure the same thing they told you, is that George didn't like them. He didn't like them. He wasn't, he didn't want them around.
He had very little contact with the girls.
And that was like you said, that was in multiple interviews.
And I believe them.
Right. So that kind of deflated me at the time. I'm like, well, okay, it is what it is. It's a good piece of evidence, but it didn't break the case open or anything like that. But it proves that at some point, Tianda was in that car.
Yeah, and we know that the few times that the girls were in the car, it wasn't for long periods of time.
I think the hair was actually taken off of the blanket.
Yeah, and that's huge.
Right, but
Whose
I don't know.
blanket is this?
I don't know if anything else from the blanket was. I don't know if it was ever tested for blood. I mean, it may have been. I mean, we just don't know. I would rather have physical evidence over an eyewitness any day of the week. The physical evidence can't lie. Eyewitnesses lie, witnesses lie, offenders lie, victims lie, but the physical evidence does not lie.
You guys.
Rita, did you always have suspicions?
You guys, it's important to me that I run this back, y'all. now that I'm back, I got the car. I went and picked the car up. I walked up the street because my son dad, while I was alive, Reggie, Cash Daddy, my baby daddy, texted me and said, go get your car. I got it fixed for you. And so when he said he got the car fixed for me, I'm really excited about that. So I went ahead and ran up there to go get the car. I got the car, brought it back. Now I'm back home. That's why I went to the stream yard on the thing. But I was getting phone calls while I was gone, so it was knocking me out the stream, so I couldn't hear what was going on. So is it okay with y'all if I run it back a little bit? Please allow me to run it back a little bit because I need to be well versed on what's going on. And some of the evidence that we listen to, we may have to listen to multiple times because this is an investigation, but I cannot miss anything, y'all. So please hang in there with me as I run it back. I need to see some support in the comments for that. Can y'all please support me running it back? I know that y'all heard it. I appreciate you guys hanging in there while I had to run and go get the truck. But I had to secure the truck and make sure the truck was parked at my house because I didn't like it being stuck at the store. So while I was live, he was fixing my car and I didn't know it. Well, it was my grandma let me borrow the car, but I got to pay for the repairs and stuff. You see what I'm saying? So while I was live, he was fixing it. Now, I appreciate y'all for hanging in there, but I need some support on me running it back. Thank you, Shalia, for the support. I appreciate that. Some of the things that we listen to, y'all, we're going to have to listen to again because we got to break it down. We do have an expert in the crowd. Her name is Brittany. Brittany knows a lot about the case. This is important. The lady's name who came forward is Letitia. That is important. Letitia. And I'm just glad that I didn't have to end the live because I feel like we was at a good pace. Run it back. Thank you, Conrad. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm about to run it back, y'all. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. And we're gonna listen to it again and break it down. This is an important one right here. This one got so many
something messed up. I'm like, what? And he kept saying, she saw it. So I didn't put two and two together until I saw the show. I was praying all night on how I should respond, but eventually God sought me to tell the truth. I have seeds as well, and God forbid something happens to them, and I won't be able to see them again. I am so sorry we had to meet like this. I am Pam Childs, and this is Disappeared, the Bradley Sisters. The number of tips that have come in over the years is staggering. Some have proven more insightful than others, while most are dead ends. But it's imperative that each one be vetted in case any new truth can be discovered. I'm here today speaking with retired Detective Ed Carroll. During this whole situation here, this woman comes up.
Yes.
Because she saw an episode on TV One.
Yes.
Regarding the Bradley girls missing.
Yes.
And in that documentary that she saw, she heard the name George Washington.
Correct.
And not right away, though, but at some point a bell rings for her.
Correct.
Can you tell me what you know about it?
Right away.
She said she had a relationship at the time with George Washington, and that I believe she said she was embarrassed or scared, but she did not want to come forward at that time. Years later, she's had a pang of conscience and she wants to come forward.
Mm-hmm.
She was living in Gary, Indiana at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Our first time out there, we tried to interview her and we were able to determine that she was in the hospital because she had a mental health crisis.
Okay.
So we weren't able to interview her.
She had a mental health crisis.
We ended up going back a couple of months later when she got out of the hospital, and she tells a pretty remarkable story. She's in a relationship with George Washington, that the night of the 5th going into the 6th, but she says that Washington showed up at her home. He had bloody clothing on. Don't quote me on this, but he allegedly told her, I got to make myself small. Mm-hmm. And she helped him change.
Two things. if she had a mental health crisis, I got two things to say to that. For one, you know, the main thing that people try to do when you have a truth or when you know something, the villain is going to try to make you feel crazy. The villain is going to try to push you as far as they can push you mentally. So with this mental health crisis that she had, I wonder what spun it and what triggered it. Knowing that I helped a man cover up murdering a 10-year-old girl, I would probably have a mental health crisis as well. That's one. Oh man, I said all kind of words that I shouldn't have said, but I'm sorry, YouTube. When you monetize me, I'll change. But you know, that's important that she had a mental health crisis, and I wonder what caused it. What caused her to be mentally, you know, inept or have any kind of problems mentally? What caused it? Where did it come from? Is it real, or is it another way of somebody trying to discredit her because she was an actual witness? You understand? If you can't kill the witness, but if you can't unalive the witness, because if you can't unalive the witness because you know you'll get caught and it's too risky, the only other thing you can do is try to drive them into a mental health crisis so that they won't be believed, so that they would discredit them. I just don't understand how the one witness that we got had a mental health crisis. I just don't, I don't understand that, y'all. How y'all feel about it? We'll keep going.
His clothing, gave him a new set of clothing, and they spent the night together. There's no connection that I could ever find other than from this TV show. I don't know if she was dreaming this up or not. Mm-hmm. To my discredit, I didn't put a lot of faith in her statements at the time, simply because she seemed to be a little off. Now, could she have been a little off because she kept a secret all that time? Sure. I'm not a mental health expert by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, you're not.
I mean, Gary's not that far from Chicago, so he could have gone there. But, you know, the records that we have, I mean, he would have had to go there, you know, between 1 and 6 in the morning, 1 and 7 in the morning, which he could have gotten there and back very quickly. And at that time in the morning, it's probably less than that, 20 minutes or so. He doesn't, I don't recall if she said what he did with the bodies. I don't remember that.
Despite the red flags, Investigator Foster, the family's investigator, and I spent some time trying to track her down to try and verify any part of her story. Failing in those attempts, we'd have to ask the hard questions of why she would make a false statement in this case.
She didn't make a false statement.
You have reached a number that has been disconnected or is no longer in service. If you feel you have
Okay, well, you got the wrong area. So you just dialed the 886
No.
219. That's disconnected.
Mm-hmm.
So then what about the next one?
What's the next one?
219.
Okay. Oh, hold on a sec. We may have a hit here. Ooh, got a hot number. It's ringing.
The number you have reached has been disconnected or is...
And then there's another one.
Mm-hmm.
It has been no easy task tracking down this woman in excess of 10 years after she made her initial report. Ed and I need to refocus on George Washington and his whereabouts on July 5th through July 7th. According to Tracy, George was with her until the early morning hours of July 6th. He takes her to work at about 7 a.m.
Wait, George Washington whereabouts? July 5th through July 7th. And what did she say, Tracy said?
Around 11, George and his whereabouts. It has been no easy task tracking down this woman in excess of 10 years after she made her initial report. Ed and I need to refocus on George Washington and his whereabouts on July 5th through July 7th. According to Tracy, George was with her until the early morning hours of July 6th. He takes her to work at about 7 a.m. Around 11, George picks Tracy up from work. Tell me about George's behavior when he picked you up from work. Did he seem different? Was he acting different? Did you notice anything that was off about him?
He was just like laid back, like, a regular person.
Okay, his normal personality?
Yes.
Nothing seemed off to you?
When we got to the house, and because he came upstairs with me.
Okay, was that abnormal?
Yeah, because then after that,
because I know you said that when, the night before, he took the girls over to mom's.
Yes.
He didn't come upstairs.
No.
Now, on this particular day,
yes, on the 6th.
He picks you up from work.
On the 6th.
He comes in with you.
Yes.
And that's out of his character. Or would it be out of his character?
It would have been, because usually he would stay downstairs sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But that particular day, he can't come up. And then when I called them, he was just looking strange.
And now Tracy Bradley is leaving the apartment to go and look for her children.
Right.
George Washington drives her to somewhere on the bridge on 35th Street.
I wonder if she told the police during this time that he was just looking strange. I wonder if she said that. I got you. I know a lot of people want to hurry up and get to the next thing because they've been patient with me, but I got you. Don't worry. But yeah, so right now what we're doing is we're looking at we're listening to the podcast. After the premiere was done on the ID channel, they've been dropping a podcast as well every few days, and we are 5 deep in the podcast, and we on part 3 right now. So, and don't worry, you didn't miss much because I keep going back because I want to get every detail. But yeah, so I wonder if Tracy told the police that in that moment in time, or was she fighting the police for him and saying he didn't have anything to do with it? Did she tell them then that he was looking strange? If she would have cooperated with the police, I believe they would have arrested him. But she was protecting him. She finally got something to make him treat her like a girl, like his wife again. He probably catered to her, made her feel like he wanted to be with her. He knew he had her mind. It's giving pimp. He knew he had her mind, y'all. On some cult-like stuff. And now, when she realized he don't want her and never did, now he was acting strange.
That's headed towards the lakefront. And she gets out. And he drives away. Right. That's when he starts the rest of his day with Chandra Stewart.
Correct. It's actually at 12:25, he's actually calling Chandra's home. And I remember that one of the interviews that George initially did is they asked him why he was calling Chandra.
It's the fourth woman.
I mean, this is still all very fresh. And I think his response was that, well, I figured the camping trip was off, so I was seeing what Chandra was doing. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, kind of lackadaisical about the whole thing. I don't think.
I would not be surprised if all the women helped him. I would not be surprised if all the women, because so far we only know about 4. I wouldn't be surprised if all his whores helped him cover up this murder. I mean, I keep saying the N-word. YouTube, I'm sorry. I am sorry, YouTube. I mean, unalive. Please don't punish me. Monetize me so that I can watch everything that I say. But, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if those women helped him with all of this. And maybe that's why they started having mental breakdowns and stuff, because they realized what they did.
At this point that George, maybe he knew in his heart that Diamond was his, but I don't think at this point he had admitted to Tracy that Diamond was his child. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, he actually leaves a message for him at 11:29 hey, Tiani or Diamond, pick up the phone. Me and your mama and I am on the way over there to pick you all up. So get your stuff together, you all blankets, you all clothes together. We should be there in 15 to 20 minutes, 11:30 now, and I'll try to call you back.
So we know that George didn't help with the search. Could he have shown up to Gary, Indiana, the night the girls went missing? So he originally says he's with Chandra.
Correct.
At what time?
That evening.
On the evening, the whole evening of the 6th.
The 7th.
The 7th.
6 going into the 7th, the morning of the 7th. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the police department called.
So he originally says he's with Chandra.
Correct.
At what time? We know that George didn't help with the search. Could he have shown up to Gary, Indiana, the night the girls went missing? So he originally says he's with Chandra.
Correct.
At what time?
That evening.
On the evening, the whole evening of the 6th.
The 7th.
The 7th.
6 going into the 7th, the morning of the 7th. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the police department calls George's home. They talk to somebody for 3 minutes and 22 seconds. And then George's home calls George's cell for 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Well, I'm sure that was whoever
answered the phone at his home,
from
right?
The police department,
right?
Is now calling George to let him know,
right,
that the police are looking for you.
We are headed over into the Gary, Indiana area.
And we got 2 locations, right, that she might be at.
That is correct. We're going to see if she's there. George did have family members right off Airport Industrial Road, right in front of Gary Airport. And there's a lot of marsh waterways out there too as well.
Definitely a place where you can hide some bodies, huh? Or get rid of some.
See? And why would Tracy go to the lake first? Why would she go over there first? If they wrote a letter and said they were going to Jules, why would she go there first? That delay that she had when she said she was looking for the girls because she was afraid that they would take the other children was a lie. She told us what she was afraid of. What she was afraid of was going to jail. Did she not say that? She didn't say she was afraid to get her kids taken. She said, I was afraid to go to jail, which means she was doing what she needed to do to not go to jail and not let George go to jail. And that's what they should have really looked at there. But he burned something first. Burned something first.
And nobody be the wiser. Finding this woman has become one of the key aspects of our investigation. It is possible to make her story work based on the timeline and cell phone records we have for George Washington. It could also provide an answer to where the sisters might be. Gary, Indiana is only 30 miles away from downtown Chicago, and without traffic in the dead of night, it would be a very easy drive.
Absolutely. 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 That is absolutely true. When I lived out there, I remember I would be in Chicago and then we'll go past this little water thing. We'll ride past this little water thing and I was in East Chicago, Indiana. And then we rode past this little water stuff. And in a matter of a few minutes, we was in downtown Chicago in like 25 minutes. It is very close. It's down the street. It's like Marietta from Atlanta. You did what I'm saying? It's very close.
Today, the city is still incredibly depressed. Even in daylight, it's a scary place to be.
What's going to happen is that we're going to do a U-turn. We're probably going to get out and guide us. Oh, look at that swamp water. Look how deep that tire is back there. You see it? It's in the swamp. Oh, yeah. But this is the road.
At one point, Washington had family that lived someplace close by that little turnoff we took to get in here.
Mm-hmm. What's really in the containers? Let me see if I can smell anything.
Give me that camera. Let me take some photos of this hideout. This hidden ass area. This is insane. I mean, this is a hiding place all day, every day. In the early 2000s, Gary, Indiana was a hotbed for crime. It earned the unfortunate title Murder Capital of the Nation in the 1990s. If you needed to hide a body, this could be high up on your list if you were familiar with the area.
Y'all hear that? We getting to the bottom of it, y'all.
The back road was a single long stretch of road with marshland on one side. It was filled with trash and looked as if it hadn't been disturbed in years. It's also worth noting that the police never widened their search to Gary, Indiana, as the woman's tip came in years after the initial crime. There would have been no reason.
Y'all, I didn't know that, y'all. They didn't search in Gary. They didn't search in Gary, y'all. Please hit the like, you guys. Please come and engage with us. Comment. I understand if you're busy and you got something going on, like I just had something to do. But I didn't want to leave y'all. I wanted us to stay on this because I really wanted to talk about it yesterday. So I'm definitely want to get through this with you guys today, if you're up to it. But I want you guys to engage with me, talk to me, because this is crazy, y'all. They did not search Gary. They never searched Gary, Indiana. What the hell? That's literally 25, 30 minutes away. They didn't never search Gary. That's huge. Like, what the hell? Raven, you know what I'm talking about because you're from there. That means that that's pretty much like they had an incomplete search. They didn't search the full Chicago, because if you search him, it's a no-brainer to search Gary. With all that water and shit that you got to pass and stuff. It's a no-brainer to search Gary. And they didn't do that. They didn't search Gary, Indiana. What the heck, man?
To search these swampy marshlands for signs of Diamond and Tianda. When we arrived at the address that we had for the woman, we were only able to speak to a neighbor.
We spoke to the neighbor, and the neighbor says that she doesn't recall a female living there.
She does not recall ever seeing a woman live there. While police investigated George Washington early on, he's never been arrested in connection to this case. But the Bradley family has a lot of firsthand knowledge to share with me regarding his behavior over the years. When we re-interview Rita Bradley, sister to Diamond and Tianda, she had thoughts on George Washington's possible involvement and motives. You and Victoria, you all didn't really know George Washington. How did they know him? They're the youngest. They didn't know him that well either.
They didn't know him. Mm-hmm. Didn't know him.
You know, and like you said a few times, he'd take you to time didn't really know. When we re-interview Rita Bradley, sister to Diamond and Tianda, she had thoughts on George Washington's possible involvement and motives. You and Victoria, you all didn't really know George Washington. How did they know him? They're the youngest. They didn't know him that well either.
They didn't know him.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know him.
You know, and like you said a few times, he'd take you to Tiny's or take you somewhere, but
no, took us nowhere, just tiny house.
About how many times?
I guess when she went over his house.
And this is important because we all know that Rita is doing everything she can to protect Tracy. Rita is trying her best to protect Tracy. But at the same time, it's like she's torn. Because she loved her sisters. She was the oldest, man. And I'm going to continue to say this. If you ever see this, Rita, don't blame yourself for this. This is not your fault. The only thing you got to do to give yourself peace at night and to help you rest is to stop protecting your mama. And it's up off of you, baby. That will lift everything up off of you. If you stop protecting your mother. I know you love your sisters. I know you do. And I know you love your mother who's still here physically and you can see her, touch her, feel her, hug her. And you long for that love from your mother because she deprived all of y'all of that. She deprived y'all of that. And that's how she's able to control you. Because if you don't say what she wants you to say, she's going to get upset. She's going to cry. And she's going to recluse and not talk to nobody. She's going to run away. And she got y'all trained. That's what y'all don't realize. And this for everybody. When y'all got somebody like that in y'all family, y'all need to recognize that person got y'all trained. Because they can do and say whatever, they can run them up. But if you tell their truth to them, they will cut you off. They will cry. They will make you be the bad guy. They will turn into the victim. All Rita got to do is stop protecting Tracy. Even in this conversation, you can feel, we can't even see Rita, but we can feel that she is uncomfortable. And some things she's saying is facts, and some things she's saying is she's trying to cover up for her mother.
Not so many times, but I can say that.
So whenever your mom go to George Washington's house, she would drop you guys off at time.
Yeah, but not all the time. Sometimes we stayed in the house by ourselves. So when she wash the thing, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. When she wash.
Shout out to you, Rita, for being honest about that. Sometimes people will watch them, but they ain't gonna do it every damn day, Tracy. So because they didn't do it every day, this is how Tracy had her family trained, y'all. Peep game what I'm about to tell y'all. Hold on. Because I got these grains in my mouth. And my coffee. But hold up. Let me tell y'all something. She had her family trained even back then. If y'all don't get my kids, I'm going to leave them at home by themselves. Y'all see what I'm saying? If y'all don't get my kids, I'm going to leave them at home alone anyway. That woman is a manipulator. She's a manipulator so much. If you don't leave your wife and be with me, I'm going to name my daughter after your wife. Diamond. If y'all don't watch my kids for me so I can go get high and party, I'm going to leave them at home by themselves. And make y'all feel bad for not getting them. And force y'all to go over there and get them and watch them. And then when you try to call me out about it, I'm going to cry and be a victim. And y'all still tiptoeing around this lady feelings. For what? She ran y'all for 30, 40 years. I don't understand it. Y'all better wake up and recognize when y'all got them type of people in y'all families and in y'all lives, because y'all not doing nothing but enabling them when y'all tiptoe around the truth. It's one thing to not want to hurt somebody's feelings, but it's another thing to have two girls out there missing for 22 fucking years, and you don't say how you really feel about it. You don't say what you really know about it. You don't tell the police what they really need to know about it. You don't tell the police about them private family conversations that y'all done had where y'all done fell out because y'all know Tracy got something to do with it. Y'all know Tracy lying. Y'all know Tracy was covering up for George Washington. And y'all didn't tell the police nothing. And anytime Sheila tried to come out and say the truth, she got barked at. We seen it live on camera when Rita was ready to snap on her. And when she even felt that energy, her demeanor changed. We saw that shit live. And y'all ain't doing nothing but enabling that lady to run amok and destroy her own seed. Her own seed you did this to, Tracy.
Like, I guess when she feels like she's gonna be gone long enough, days, you feel me? Then she's gonna take us over there. But if it's just going to spend the night and then coming back that afternoon, the next day, then we stay home.
So has she ever left you guys alone like, for 2?
Wow. This lady left her kids in the house for days all the time. Nobody wasn't even in their teens yet. Rita was 12. Ain't that what they said? She was 12. Imagine. And guess what? That's why Rita holding on to all the guilt, because Rita probably fed them. They probably looked at Rita like their mother. Oh. They probably did whatever Rita said. Mama said don't answer the door for nobody. That's how Tiana was so responsible. Because she was instructed by not just her mama, but Rita. And Rita get that guilt up off of you because you didn't birth Tiana. You did not birth her. It's not your fault, and that wasn't your daughter. You didn't lose your daughter. You was a big sister, and you are a big sister, and you do all you can. Get that weight up off of you. I can feel it over here. That guilt and that weight. Because I know Rita took care of them kids. She was the oldest. That's why she was going ham like that in that video. I'm going to let it play, y'all, and tell y'all my thoughts after.
2 days.
In the house?
And she didn't come back.
Mm-mm.
But it would be like an overnight thing.
Yeah, come back the morning.
At least one day you'd be left alone totally. But it was never like a span of 2 days or more.
No.
Okay.
She knows
a lie. You heard her?
She didn't want that, did she?
She know it.
Okay.
She'll be calling their phone like she left us simply.
Listen to how she talked, y'all.
Oh.
You can tell she lied about that. Just listen to how she answered the question. She said, no, not that. Because she know that's a lie. She know that's too much. She know that's excessive. And she know that's going to make her mama look even worse. So she going to say, no. But that wasn't the truth, Rita. We all could feel that wasn't the truth. When that lady was talking to her and interrogating her, she started getting defensive. But her soul wanted to tell the truth.
So has she ever left you guys alone like for 2 days?
In the house?
And she didn't come back.
Mm-mm.
But it would be like an overnight thing.
Yeah, come back the morning.
At least one day you'd be left alone totally. But it was never like a span of 2 days or more.
No.
Okay.
We would have been calling Faye on the phone.
She didn't want that, did she?
She know it.
Okay.
We'll be calling their phone like she left us and we still up in the house. That's why they begin to talk. We'll call Faye and tell. Like,
bet.
My mama left us in the house and we scared. And she'll be at Faye with Faye, and then Faye walk up to her like,
oh my God. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Faith is the sister. Faith is the sister. Did y'all hear that? She said it without saying it, y'all. Did y'all hear that? Come talk to me, y'all. I need to talk to y'all now. Did y'all hear that? That means that it happened, y'all. Thank you, Raven. Raven, she said that she didn't leave them in the house for days because when she would do that, they would do what? Call her Auntie Faith and talk and tell on her. And they'll be blowing up the phone. And she said that if she did that, then they would call Aunt Faith and say she left us in the house. We scared if she leave them for days and days at a time, which means it happened. That's what that means. She indirectly said, yes, it happened. My mama left us in the house for days sometimes. And Rita, that's okay that you said that. There's nothing wrong with you saying the truth. That's okay that you said that, but I'm glad you got it out. Because at first she said, no, she didn't do that. That's what she said at first. And then she said, because she knows if she do that, we'll call Auntie Faith. Which means it happened before, baby. That's what that means. It means that it happened before. So she tried not to do that because she don't want y'all calling Faith, because that's what y'all would do. And then y'all would call her and say she left for y'all in the house and that y'all scared. Do you know how that hurt my heart to know that them babies have been scared before? It's one thing for somebody to come and kidnap you and nobody knew it was coming, you know, and it was just a really spare the moment thing, and it sucks because you can't get that back. But it's another thing for the child to be saying that they're scared months, years, days before it actually happened. The child was crying out for help, saying that they were scared in that house by themselves. You know how long you got to leave your kids for them to call? Like, that's crazy. She said she left them, and when she would leave them for days, they would call Faith and say, Mama left us in the house, we scared. Did y'all hear that? Imagine that. Your daughter been saying that she's scared in the house by themselves, and then something actually really happened to them. Y'all understand what that feels like. It's one thing for danger to happen to you out of the blue, but it's another thing for you to be telling your mama you scared and something actually happens. It hit different knowing that they were scared. That shit hit different, bro. It hit different knowing that they were scared. Knowing that they were scared. And something really happened to them. That shit hit different.
Why you leave them in the house? You could have just took them to Tiny house. Like, what's your reason to leave them in the house? I never know.
Did you ever understand what her responses were for leaving?
No, because when she left us, she went to go party, so it's no excuse. Right. You know.
Exactly.
And you knew that being 12 years old, that she was out.
When she left, y'all, she went to go party, so it's no excuse. I'm proud of you, Rita, for saying that, because you're right. It's no excuse. It's no excuse.
Yeah.
And that's why she was doing what she was doing.
On the 5th, going into the 6th, Tracy said that she was not home. And the question was posed to Tracy. Tracy, can you let us know, what do you mean you weren't home? She said, I wasn't home. I went straight to work from George Washington's house.
So I'm starting to put stuff together myself. Because I started saying to myself, like, so she went home on the 5th. I mean, the 6th. That's what I believe. I said that to myself, too. That's all you could think of, because they gave him so much time, because she never went back on the 6th.
Parenting is an epic journey of highs and lows. Therapy can help you navigate it all and take care of yourself so you can be the best parent possible. And BetterHelp makes it easy. Complete a brief questionnaire, match with a licensed therapist.
And Tianda, she had thoughts on George Washington's possible involvement and motives. You and Victoria, you all didn't really know George Washington. How did they know him? They're the youngest. They didn't know him that well either.
They didn't know him.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't know him.
You know, and like you said a few times, he'd take you to Tiny's or take you somewhere, but
no, took us nowhere, just Tiny house.
About how many times?
I guess when she went over his house, not so many times, but I can say that.
So whenever your mom go to George Washington's house, she would drop you guys off at times.
Yeah, but not all the time. Sometimes we stayed in the house by ourselves. So it's a wishy-washy thing, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. When she watch it, like, I guess when she feel like she's gonna be gone long enough days, you feel me? Then she gonna take us over there. But if it's just going to spend the night and then coming back that afternoon, the next day, then we stay home.
So has she ever left you guys alone, like, for 2 days?
In the house?
And she didn't come back?
Mm-mm.
but it would be like an overnight thing.
Yeah, come back the morning.
At least one day you'd be left alone totally. But it was never like a span of 2 days or more.
No, she ain't live up that long.
Okay.
She know we would have been calling Faye on the phone.
She didn't want that, did she?
She know it.
Okay.
We'll be calling their phone like she left us and we still up in the house. That's why they used to be getting to it. We'll call Faye and tell, like, my mama left us in the house and we scared. And she'll be at Beethoven with Faye. And then Faye walk up to her like, why you leave them in the house? You could have just took them to Tony's house. Like, what's your reason to leaving them in the house? I never know.
Did you ever understand what her responses were for leaving them?
No, because when she left us, she went to go party, so it's no excuse.
Right.
You know, it just.
And you knew that being 12 years old, that she was out partying.
Yeah.
And that's why she was doing what she was doing.
On the 5th, going into the 6th, Tracy said that she was not home. And the question was posed to Tracy. Tracy, can you let us know, what do you mean you weren't home? She said, I wasn't home. I went straight to work from George Washington's house.
So I'm starting to put stuff together myself. Because I started saying to myself, like, so she went home on the 5th. I mean, the 6th. That's what I believe. I said that to myself, too. That's all you could think of, because they gave him so much time, because she never went back on the 6th.
Parenting is an epic journey of highs and lows. Therapy can help you navigate it all and take care of yourself so you can be the best parent possible. And BetterHelp makes it easy. Complete a brief questionnaire, match with a licensed therapist, and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. 100% online and designed for maximum flexibility. Get started at betterhelp.com/parenthood for 10% off the first month.
Hardee's signature Frisco Burger and Frisco Breakfast Sandwich are the kind of goodness people drive across town for. Classic favorites on a toasted sourdough bun. Only at Hardee's. Goodness in the making. Participation may vary.
I'm Eli Roth. In the upcoming second season of my podcast, A Ghost Ruined My Life from Travel, you'll hear real, horrifying accounts from actual victims who came face to face with the paranormal and survived.
It was the shape of a small human, and it was pure blackness, like nothing I've ever seen before in my life.
A ghost? You saw a ghost?
Yeah, I did.
Listen to A Ghost Ruined My Life with Eli Roth from Travel, wherever you get your podcasts, and prepare to be terrified.
One major piece of evidence that continues to raise eyebrows involves heavy-duty gloves, contractor trash bags, metal drums, and a receipt found in his car that proved he purchased the items shortly before the girls went missing. Later in the investigation, it was discovered that George Washington had bought several pairs of heavy-duty gloves. He had bought a box of contractor bags, and when he was questioned about those items, he stated that he needed those items because he was cleaning out his basement. And he had, taken some debris out, and he didn't want to leave it in his alley because his neighbors were complaining. He always had a lot of garbage in the alley. So George Washington claimed to have brought those garbage bags over to the lagoon area, which this lagoon area basically stretches around Washington Park. It's huge. And in one location of this lagoon area were some city garbage cans where he stated he dumped the garbage bags in those cans. And members of the Chicago Police Department transported George Washington over here to Washington Park to pinpoint exactly where the garbage cans were with the garbage that he claimed to have dumped here. And that garbage was never located.
Well, George was in the home remodeling business and rehabbing business. He had stopped at the Home Depot and bought a couple of items, which were bleach, as we know, well known as garbage bags, and some gloves.
Contractor bags, not just regular garbage bags.
The old
heavy duty contractor bags on the 6th of July.
Yeah, 6th of July. 6th of July. And he bought those items.
And the heavy duty gloves.
Yes. In purchasing those items, when we did have a interview with his employers, that only 4 of those bags was missing from the heavy duty box that was used to store those garbage bags.
And again, George Washington claims to have used 2.
That's correct.
Of the contractor bags. But his employer at the place where he worked informed the police that 4 of those contractor bags were missing.
That is correct.
All of this, the purchase of these odd items that one would say is a starter kit for a murder, or I would think that immediately. That's what I thought.
I mean, you could search Google's and Google's would tell you the same thing. Get a starter pack.
Besides the trash bags, Ed Carroll followed up with other pieces of information about George. On July 6th, a neighbor claimed to see George starting a fire in a large metal barrel in the alley behind his house. The neighbor also told police that George shoved one of the barrels into the trunk of his car, which does match evidence the police found during their search of his home. And looking at this case as a whole, you know, there's a lot of up and down, a lot of roller coaster rides here, and very little evidence.
Very little.
What would you say is one of the best pieces of evidence that has came about that's real?
There's a lot of evidence. Most of it is useless. There was a hair recovered from the trunk of George Washington's car. It sat in evidence for a while, or 2 hairs, I take it back.
Yeah, because I was going to say, some people said it was more than one.
Yeah, there was 2 hairs.
Just one.
They were found in the trunk of George Washington's car. When Washington was questioned about it, he said he used to put the kids in the trunk of the car to sneak them into the drive-in.
Yeah.
In 2001, my memory serves correctly, there was no drive-ins left in the city of Chicago, or even in Cook County for that matter, or Will County. Years later, it was determined that we would have those tested. DNA was still not what it is today. We packaged them up, sent them off to Quantico, the FBI. At the time, there was only 3 or 4 labs in the United States that could do mitochondrial DNA testing, which is the testing for the mother. So we had them tested, and one of the hairs was inconclusive, but the other hair came back to a match for Tianda and Tracy. I thought, wow, that's great. I presented that at the time to the state's attorneys, and they said, yeah, it's good, but all it proves is that she was in his car. And my argument at the time was that, well, they weren't in the car that much, and this is a hair that's in the trunk. It's not on the back seat. It's not on the front seat. It's in the trunk. And they said, well, the hair could have come off of her head, slipped down through the seat and into the trunk.
Yeah,
I've heard this. And Washington says he put him in the trunk to take him into the show.
Now, let me just say something on that, because I have had more than one interview with Rita and Victoria. Those girls told me, I mean, without doubt, we have never been in the trunk of that man's car. They've never been to the drive-in with George Washington.
Correct.
And there's only been a few times.
A handful.
That they were actually in his vehicle.
Correct. And why I say a handful, less than 5.
Yes.
Because they told me, I'm sure the same thing they told you, is that George didn't like them. He didn't like them. He wasn't, he didn't want them around.
He had very little contact with the girl.
And that was in, like you said, it was in multiple interviews.
And I believe them.
Right. So that kind of deflated me at the time. I'm like, well, okay, it is what it is. It's a good piece of evidence, but it didn't break the case open or anything like that. But it proves that at some point, Tianda was in that car.
Yeah, and we know that the few times that the girls were in the car, it wasn't for long periods of time.
I think the hair was actually taken off of the blanket.
Yeah, and
That's huge.
Right, but
Whose
I don't know.
blanket is this?
I don't know if anything else from the blanket was. I don't know if it was ever tested for blood. I mean, it may have been. I mean, we just don't know. I would rather have physical evidence over an eyewitness any day of the week. The physical evidence can't lie. Eyewitnesses lie, witnesses lie, offenders lie, victims lie, but the physical evidence does not lie.
Rita, did you always have suspicions of George?
You know, I sat back as I got older and realized that. That's why I say what I say.
Mm-hmm.
He did something to them. He did. And he did something to them kids. And I'll add up. It just don't take a rocket science to figure this out.
Yeah, but the only thing is that we don't have any proof.
I know.
And
but
that's
the
what
proof
we're
is the hair in
looking
his trunk. We
Yes.
never got in his.
They do have that.
The proof is he's lying. Somebody he took us to the movie. You never took us to the movie.
I was reading that this morning.
He never did none of that. We
Where
never
he
went with him.
stated to the police that he took you guys to the drive-in theater and put you in the trunk of his car.
Never.
Now this is his statement on the 10th of July of 2001. He stated, I have gone to the Bel Air with Tracy and her kids last summer. I put all 4 of her kids in trunk so we wouldn't have to pay for them.
That's a lie.
That never happened.
Never. He never even took us nowhere. Never. That is a lie. I mean, Vicky laughed about that now today. She was like, Vicky, you know, ask Vicky these same questions. She gonna tell you the same thing. That's a lie. We never, ever went to no movies with this man, never got in no trouble with this man. He never took us nowhere. He was messing with Tracy, not Tracy kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He
I
never.
get what you're saying.
Yeah, he came to pick us up and we went right in the house. He never. No, that's a lie. That is so sick. That's why I say he did that to them. He did that to them. Cause he just put my life to live in hell. Like you traumatized me. Oh, I just can't wait till he just get. Cause I don't care what nobody say. He did something to them.
Well, he's told many, many stories.
Cause if you don't got nothing to hide, like you wouldn't lie. Yeah, I supposed to took them camping. We supposed to did that. You lied about camp. You lied about the hair in the trunk. You lied about you took us this. But you ain't never did nothing for me and my 50 or Tiana and Dime. You never did nothing. And you knew that Dime was your daughter. You was mad about that.
Well, the newest outlook that he's telling people he was in Disney World when this happened.
How was he in Disney World?
He did say that, didn't he? Yeah,
And
he told his
she was
neighbors
with him.
that he had just came back from Disney World.
How when he took us to Grandma's house on the 5th in Disney World about 20, 30 hours. Like how? Make it like, come on now. That's ridiculous. It's just so sad.
I believe that George was mad that my mom had Diamond.
Okay.
I believe that he didn't want Diamond.
He did something to them. And I really believe that they no longer here with us. You know, everybody say have faith, have hope, but they not. They not here with us. Them kids would have been found. And like I say, just like he picked that camper trip out.
I believe he just planned all this out, made it seem like he wanted to go camping. Oh, and I believe he the one picked the kids to go camping.
He had all this stuff planned. He had this plan that had what he was going to do, whatever the case may be, so they'd never be found again. You know, back then, it was in 2001. It was just leaving the 90s. You ain't had social media or nothing.
But I believe that he didn't want Diamond. I believe he was mad that she had Diamond.
Like, he planned all this. He knew what he was going to do. He knew how he was going to manipulate Tracy. But he had all this planned out.
Because she really liked him.
She was in love with him. In love with him.
Yeah, she really wanted him to be her guy.
Yeah.
George Washington, you were in love with this man.
Yes.
And you wanted him to be the right one for you.
Yes.
Do you think that he gave you the respect that you deserve?
Not at all. No respect.
But you still loved him?
Yes.
Why?
Because because I saw interest in him, you know. It's like, I mean, I just really loved this man, you know what I'm saying? Thought that, he'd be the right one for me and all and everything. All of a sudden, left turn, 365.
Don't be afraid. Do not be afraid. You gotta just let it out. If you feel like you need some help, if you feel like you need to move, we can put you in contact with people that will give you that assistance, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And that will tuck you away so you don't have to fear him. Do you believe he took your children?
Yes. Yes.
Do you believe he hurt your children?
Yes. I believe so. Deep down in my heart.
Tracy and her 2 remaining daughters believe George Washington is responsible for whatever happened to Tianda and Diamond. But the problem has always been the lack of physical evidence. When Foster and I contacted George Washington to speak with him about the allegations the Bradley family has made against him, he declined to speak with us. In spite of how bad it looks for George Washington, could someone else be responsible? One thing is for sure, someone in this community knows more than they're saying. On the next episode of Disappeared, the Bradley sisters.
I have been the speaker and I've ministered to them on several levels. Mary and I were very, very close in talking, and so the type of support that you would give usually to the mother, we wound up giving more to the grandmother. And I have to certainly be honest that the mother had her own suspicions of her own daughter.
Disappeared, the Bradley sisters is produced by Entertainment One, Gary Sherman Films, and Mainstay Entertainment.
Y'all ready for part 2? Y'all ready for part 2? I thought somebody was at my door. Well, are y'all ready for part 2? I can't believe this shit, y'all. He definitely did it. To be completely honest, I think they are not telling the complete truth. Is because they know Tracy is going to jail for child endangerment. Yeah. I mean, Tracy should have been locked up, y'all. We getting ready to go into episode 4. As y'all can see, it's called The Man in the Crowd. Y'all, this is crazy. This is crazy. Thank y'all for letting me run it back and being patient with me. We're going to get right into 4. But 3 was heavy too, because I feel like Rita is finally letting it be known. Finally, in her own little way, she letting the truth come out, and I'm happy about that, and I'm proud about that. Because even though she said her mama didn't leave them alone, she doubled back and said when she did do that, we would call Faith. And they would go up to her and say, why you left your kids? This lady left her kids all the time, and a lot of people knew. It ain't like people used to say in the beginning, they would be like, how people know the 2 kids at home by themselves? How everybody know them kids? Because she did it all the time. That's how everybody knew them kids was home alone. Because she left them home alone all the time. That's ridiculous. I know I've been live for a minute, but I'm going to push it as long as I can, y'all. Let's go into part 4.
I'm here to announce the indictment of Rex Andrew Heerman.
Holy crap, they caught Long Island serial killer. Tell me how this started.
It was a sex party.
I'm gonna murder your family.
12 years, no leads.
How could that happen?
It's been 13 years since 11 bodies were found on Long Island. Police have arrested a man for 3 of those murders. Listen to the latest updates on the case and find the full season of Unraveled, Long Island Serial Killer, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, this is Rex.
Y'all
Hope
can hear
to talk
the
to you
video.
soon.
Parenting is a wild ride. 1 minute, they're demanding a banana. The next, they're mad because you gave them one. Therapy can help you navigate these ups and downs, and BetterHelp makes it easier to get started. Fill out a brief questionnaire, match with the licensed therapist, and switch therapists anytime for no extra charge. It's 100% online, convenient, and flexible enough to suit any schedule. Visit betterhelp.com/parenthood for 10% off your first month.
Can you, at this time, please hold hands together? We're going to begin with the scripture, the Lord's Prayer. It's the 23rd number of the Psalms. Lord is my shepherd. And then we will do the prayer. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
Investigator Foster and I sat down with Dr. Reverend Jakes Jr., pastor at New Tabernacle of Faith Baptist Church in East Garfield Park here in Chicago. Reverend Jakes has been a reliable support system for the Bradley family since the girls first went missing. I am Pamela Childs. I was at the last vigil that the Bradley family had at the park on State Street, and that's where I met you.
Yeah, okay.
So what I guess, what I'm getting to is, maybe I just want to ask you a couple questions, as to how you initially got involved with the disappearance of Tiana Diamond.
Let me just say that I have known the family for quite a while, very close to the time that the children
got involved. Family had. Reverend Jakes has been a reliable support system for the Bradley family since the girls first went missing. I am Pamela Childs. I was at the last vigil that the Bradley family had at the park on State Street, and that's where I met you.
Yeah, okay.
So what I guess, what I'm getting to is, maybe I just want to ask you a couple questions, as to how you initially got involved with the disappearance of Tiana Diamond.
Let me just say that I have known the family for quite a while, very close to the time that the children came up missing. Since then, I've done funerals for the family. I've been the speaker and I've ministered to them on several levels, prayed for them. I have gone out of town looking for the children, and it has actually generated a lot of concerns, both by officers on the force, officers off the force, news people who are active, and now others that are retired. So I have really worked very continuously in the effort of dealing with the children that are so dear to us, both Diamond and Tiana Bradley. The family has a great place in my heart, and I'm still praying much for them that they will be found.
Do you have any thoughts on what could have possibly happened to Tiana and Diamond?
Well, I have several thoughts of what possibly could have happened. Mary and I were very, very close in talking, and so the type of support that you would give usually to the mother, we wound up giving more to the grandmother and talking with her on various occasions about how she looks at the situation, how she feels about her daughter, and she is just concerned that, they continue to receive spiritual support that's needed in order to make it during their time. And I have to certainly be honest that the mother had her own suspicions of her own daughter.
When we talk about Tracy Bradley back in 2001, when, everything was being done by the Chicago Police Department to find out what happened to the girls. Tracy did back up from the police department. And when I look back on it, I'm thinking that when an investigation is going on, this is a serious situation here.
Well, are you aware that the police kind of really pressed her very much so? Even to the extent that she might have been pushed up against a fence to ask what has happened to the children.
No, what do you mean by that?
That she physically was actually kind of pushed up against the fence and asked the question, tell us what's going on.
Tracy did tell me about that, and she did tell me that, there were times that, she didn't feel like she was treated fairly by the police. And I believe her.
Yeah, and I talked to the deputy superintendent, and I told him, I said, don't you guys do that? Don't you put your hands on her?
Correct. I agree.
And he agreed. He said, but Reverend, we're trying to find the children. We're trying to find the children.
Had Tracy, by any chance, ever called you out of the blue and, either discussed any information with you in reference to the children, or just to lean on you to either get a spiritual moment of anything of that nature?
I've only prayed with Tracy in the areas when the officers would press her heavily. I've learned that she has many advisors. Some of them are friends that are very close. One gentleman is a former firefighter, and he seems to be the person that she looks to, even in the crowd. He's there. He's the person that she leans on for advice on how to handle herself.
I see.
This what we're gonna do after this. We're gonna say we love you, Diamond Tiani, 7 times, okay? Yeah.
We love you, Diamond Tiana.
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 We love you.
I am Pam Childs, and this is Disappeared, the Bradley Sisters. After talking to Reverend Jakes, we're turning our attention to one of the biggest missing pieces from this case, Chandra Stewart. Chandra Stewart is a woman who was also romantically linked to George Washington around the time the girls went missing. There are reports that George Washington spent the first part of the evening of the 5th with her before seeing Tracy overnight and into the morning of the 6th. Chandra was also confirmed to be with George the afternoon of the 6th, after the girls were known to be missing.
Because of some of the information that's been put out there right now. We felt like it was important that we get a hold of Chandra Stewart. But we're also able to locate a person that is listed as her husband who lives in Oak Park. So we tried a couple of weeks ago to contact her by phone. She had 9 different phone numbers and none of them worked. Not one phone number worked for her. So we tried to contact this person that's listed as her husband, and he lives in Oak Park. And I did leave a message on one of the numbers for him. I'm not sure if it's his number or not. The other number was no good. So obviously it's 2 weeks later and I never got a phone call back. So I do think it's important at some point that we try to reach her, simply because, you know, we've had people saying that Tracy and George spent the night at George's house that night. The phone records don't support that. But if we could talk to Chandra and if she remembered that night, she would be able to put some clarity to that. That way we would know at least, okay, well, George Washington was at Chandra's house that night, and then we know that he headed to Tracy's around 4:30 in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning. The initial interviews that Chandra gives, she does state this. The phone records support that. Again, though, we're going back to what these other folks are saying right now, that, you know, Tracy and George spent the night at his house, the kids were left alone. I think it would be best in our course of investigation that if we heard it right from Chandra's own 2 lips, that yes, he spent the night with me the night before into the 6th and left, you know, sometime around 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
George's statement also says that he went to Chandra's right after he found out the kids were missing. He dropped Tracy off to look for them and left. Although the last known address we have for Chandra is out of state, Ed found a lead towards locating her husband, Xavier, and he just lives an hour away. Now, Xavier Jones, this is possibly Chandra Stewart's husband.
Correct.
So we are at ex-husband or current husband of Chandra Stewart. Wonderful if they were in there married together now. Wouldn't that be awesome?
That would be awesome.
Foster, if you take the lead.
I'll take the lead. Exactly the way we've done it.
Hey, Xavier, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Mr. Jones?
We're investigators. How are you? Good to see you.
Xavier Jones? Good, Carol. Lieutenant Chicago Police.
Okay, what's the problem?
We are looking for Chandra Stewart.
A what?
Is that your wife?
Yeah.
Oh, is she here?
No.
Do you want to know why we're looking for her?
I'm sure it has something to do with some case with the kids.
Yes.
Yes.
So can you tell us what you know about it?
She told me about it. She dated the guy. She don't know all the details of what happened, but that was as far I got from it. Yeah.
We are looking into this. It's 22 years tomorrow that the kids went missing.
Okay.
I worked on it in 2001.
In 2001,
when the girls came missing.
Okay.
I'm retired from CPD as well.
I thought it was my dogs. I'm like, did my dogs bite anybody? So what does my wife have to do?
No.
Well, your wife right now is what we consider a material witness of the events that occurred on that day with the gentleman that she was actually dating.
Right. Because around this time every year, you guys contact her, and we talk, and I'm like, you know, she told me what she knew, and that was it. You know.
Well, do you recall what she said?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
She's not in any trouble.
No.
We just.
I get it.
Because
there's no expiration for murder.
No.
So I'm gonna call her and let her know that you guys will be called. She's at work right now.
Okay. And let her know it's going to be investigator Childs, Foster.
Well, she knew you guys were going to be contacting her soon.
Really?
Because it's like every year around this time.
You heard when Xavier said, "Is the guy in jail?"
Mm-hmm.
It's like, nope, not yet, but we working on it. You know, I just, this was so worth the ride up here. I mean, meeting this guy has been like the brightest thing that has happened. in a long time.
Yeah.
In this investigation, we just got to make this happen any way we can. Right in.
The fact that he was so forthcoming, honest, and wanting to do best by the case. I think if he had known anything more, he certainly would have volunteered. I don't think we would have even had to ask him. I mean, he didn't hesitate to give us her number. I mean, and I understand with him, saying, well, I'm going to give her a call and let her know you're going to call. And,
here's her number.
If she's anything like him, she'll be a wonderful witness. And again, the easiest thing to tell us is the truth. I mean, it's just tell us the truth.
I'm speaking with Shalia Bradley Smith, Tracy Bradley's aunt, who arrived in Chicago shortly after the girls went missing. Tiny is the nickname that Shalia gives Tracy's mother, Mary. We're talking about the alleged voicemail that was left on Tracy's cell phone by Chandra the morning she went missing. When you got there, what was that situation looking like?
It was that old moment in everybody's eyes, including my older sister, Tiny.
Okay.
But then she also expressed, it's a damn shame. This bitch done let something happen to her kids.
Okay, so when you were listening to it, you're thinking of George Washington. Despite the chaos of those first 48 hours, Shalia remembers a family member playing her the voicemail that stated George was at the door. But the question remains, which George could it have been? At first glance, many of the families did and still do believe this.
Now, I just want to say this, y'all. For her to be saying that somebody was like, it's a damn shame this bitch done let something happen to her kids. It's almost like people been trying to warn her. People been trying to tell her. It's like it wasn't a surprise that it happened. It was a surprise that they never found them. But I feel like people saw it coming, and that's what hurts the most. Is because you had warnings. People were telling you not to do that. Everybody knew you left your kids, and you used that shit as a weapon because you knew people didn't want you leaving your kids alone by themselves. You would call people and say, can you get the kids? And your mama would rather say yes than no because she know your crazy ass to leave them at home by themselves for days. And they be calling Sheila Faith and the aunts saying that they scared because they don't know where the fuck you at because you've been gone for days in the street. Getting high, probably.
To be George Washington. But there was another George that was very close to the family at the time. Does anybody know what time that message was left? Does anybody recall?
I remember it was either 8:02 or 8:20 a.m. I remembered that.
So by Tianda saying George is at the door, it could have been George Washington, or it could have been George Senior. Would that be fair to say?
I didn't know his name was George Senior at first.
Okay.
I had only known him as Porgy.
Did Tracy ever give you any idea what she thought happened to the girls?
She gave me the idea when she hit the table saying it wasn't Porgy. She was saying George took them.
And she wanted you to believe that it's George Washington.
Yeah, the family did too. Tiny would too, but I remember Tiny saying, I wouldn't be surprised if both of them motherfuckers didn't do it. And that's when she was telling me about when Porgy, George Senior, has said we should play a joke on Tracy and fuck her head up and take the kids. And I know I said before, it was George Washington based upon what my family was pushing me to think. And different people were putting it in my mind to believe why it could be. But George Senior, I think he took my nieces.
George Sr., who also goes by the nickname Porgy to most of the Bradley family, looms large. He was a friend to Tracy Bradley, a confidant, and even a safe haven for her daughters when she was not around. Let's talk a little bit about George Sr. The infamous George Sr., Chicago Fire Department paramedic living in low-income housing.
Right.
But he's quite a character within himself. His family, from what I understand, grew up on the Stateway platform.
I'm sorry, y'all. I had to mute the background. But now Sheila coming on here saying that she think that Porgy did something to the kids. She's saying that she think George Sr. did something to the kids. I got a problem with that because Sheila, it seems like you're still trying to cater to the family and you don't realize they didn't let you in on the fact that they're accepting the fact that George did it. They're not covering for George Washington no more. They didn't let you know that because it is no fucking reason why you would think George Sr. did that shit. He didn't do that. He was checked out. Everybody, he didn't buy no garbage bags and shit. He wasn't burning no 30-gallon drum. They didn't find the girl's DNA nowhere on, in, or around him. Why are you confusing the case by trying to say something that you think your family wants you to say? Why are you being a punk-ass person? This is our first time hearing that George Sr. said we ought to take the kids to fuck her head up because she leave the kids at home all the time. But I gotta hear this. This is confusion right here. This is unnecessary for us to look at. This is the problem. When you get something and you got that fish on the hook, you don't go looking for other fish before you take the motherfucking fish off the line and put it in the bucket. You gotta bring the fish all the way up out the water first before you go fishing for other stuff. Now I'm starting to believe when Rita said that you was fucking George Washington. Y'all remember that? When Rita said that Sheila was fucking George Washington, do y'all remember that? Don't worry, we're going to go back and look at it. We're going to go back and look at it before we watch part 5. Let's go ahead and get through this. Because we're going to go back and look at Rita going off before we watch part 5. Y'all down? Y'all down? I'm going to try to go to 3 o'clock, y'all. I'm going to try to go to 3. Y'all hold it down with me.
As buildings in
Okay.
48.
Right.
So some kind of way, I believe it was George Sr. that ended up at the Lake Grove Village apartment complex on 35th and Lake Park first. And he actually got Tracy in there.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
So I've learned that from, one of Tracy's family members.
Okay.
And so now, he and Tracy are bosom buddies.
Right.
Living in this apartment complex together. Right. They know each other very well.
Right.
And George Sr. is, he has some stature with himself. He works for the Chicago Fire Department. Right. So, people kind of look up to that, and so I'm sure that he was kind of like, the person to know living in low-income housing complex. Yeah. Now, George Sr., from what I understand, he was one of the main caretakers of Tianda and Diamond.
Yes.
Especially Diamond. This dude, he has a good relationship with Tracy. She trusts him. She leaves her babies with him.
Yes.
And when she don't leave her babies with him, he would be contacted or he would go by there and find the kids alone.
Right. And
this would upset him because this was Tracy's normal routine.
Yes.
To leave these kids alone.
See, I think Senior even at one point had keys to Tracy's apartment, and the kids were told if they got home and Tracy wasn't there, they were to go to Senior's apartment. So I thought that was interesting too. The kids obviously had his trust. Tracy obviously had his trust. So they wouldn't call him George, they would call him Porgy.
Going back to my interview with Reverend Jakes, I haven't been able to shake one thing he said to me.
I've learned that she has many advisors. Some of them are friends that are very close. One gentleman is a former firefighter, and he seems to be the person that she looks to, even in the crowd. He's there. He's the person that she leans on for advice on how to handle herself.
What's his name, if you recall?
I think it's Senor.
Oh, Mr. Senor, George Senor.
Are you familiar with him?
I am very familiar with Mr. Senor.
This message is brought to you by Maker's Mark. Maker's believes in celebrating the people who have inspired us to pursue our passions. And now, thanks to the Maker's Mark personalized label program, you can create a custom label to celebrate those special loved ones with their own unique Maker's Mark label. And best of all, the label program is free. Go to makersmarkpersonalized.com to order your personalized label today. Must be 21 or older. Labels currently available for 750 milliliter bottles only. Bottles must be purchased separately. Maker's Mark makes their bourbon carefully, so please enjoy it that way. Maker's Mark Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 45% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2023 Maker's Mark Distillery Incorporated, Loretto, Kentucky.
I'm Eli Roth. In the upcoming second season of my podcast, A Ghost Ruined My Life from Travel, you'll hear real, horrifying accounts from actual victims who came face to face with the paranormal and survived.
It was the shape of a small human, and it was pure blackness, like nothing I've ever seen before in my life.
A ghost? You saw a ghost?
Yeah, I did. Listen to A Ghost Ruined My Life with Eli Roth from Travel, wherever you get your podcasts, and prepare to be terrified.
Parenting is an epic journey of highs and lows. Therapy can help you navigate it all and take care of yourself so you can be the best parent possible. And BetterHelp makes it easy. Complete a brief questionnaire, match with a licensed therapist, and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. 100% online and designed for maximum flexibility. Get started at betterhelp.com/parenthood for 10% off the first month.
As it relates to the case, George Sr. was there from the beginning.
The next days and the days afterwards, I know he, if I'm not mistaken, according to the girls, he goes and picks them up from Tiny's house when it's determined that the kids are missing. And at that point, he's being quite helpful, more helpful than George Washington was being, that's for sure. You know, we have to figure out what his role, if any, in this whole thing was.
Well, sometimes the most helpful ones they're just helping you to get you off of their back.
Yeah.
And George Washington didn't help out, maybe because he really didn't do anything.
Yeah.
On the surface, George Sr.'s involvement seems out of the question. But there's one piece of alleged evidence that to some in the Bradley family makes George Sr. culpable. His possible involvement stems from a supposed phone call from his stepdaughter that both Felicia and Shalia allegedly heard. However, we do not have records of this phone call, and descriptions of it now differ. And so it's been said through interviews with other relatives that George Sr. had made a statement to one of the family members that we should play a trick on Tracy and take her kids for a couple of weeks to scare the shit out of her.
Right.
And that was said in April of 2001. And he continued to say it. And the family member who made the statement said he didn't say it one or two times. He said it at least 5 times. So he was building on this idea
right.
of being pissed off with Tracy for leaving the girls alone, and he was planning to take the kids.
Right. Right.
And lo and behold, the kids come up taken or missing, or they just vanished into thin air. Porgy, or George Senior, I should say, is related to a young lady by the name of Alexion Waller. Now, Alexion Waller, as I'm told, is his stepdaughter. So now, on the day that the kids come up missing, which was the 6th, by the 7th, Shalia Bradley had made it to Chicago.
Correct.
She's in Tracy's apartment with her sister, Felicia, who they call Fifi from time to time.
Correct.
The phone rings. Fifi answers the phone. And it's Alexion Waller on the phone, who they call Lexi.
Okay.
She's demanding to speak to Tracy. Tracy's not there, according to Felicia. Tracy is at the police station.
And this is when? On the 6th?
This is on the 7th.
It has to be the 7th. Right. Okay.
And so Felicia asked her, what do you want? And she said, well, this shit was supposed to be a joke.
Right.
And it has gone too far. So Felicia calls Shalia to the phone.
Okay.
She gives Shalia the phone. Shalia asks what's happening, what's going on. And she says the same statement to Shalia. This was supposed to be a joke. This shit has gone too far.
Right. This is the first time I've heard all of this. I did not read any of this. I never got that far. It certainly is interesting. I don't even know if Lexi was interviewed back 20 years ago. I mean, if this was reported back to the police back in 2001 when these kids went missing, my fervent hope is that they would have definitely sent somebody out there to investigate this. Unfortunately, we don't know.
No, ma'am. Absolutely not. This is a distraction. What y'all think about it? Is the distraction made up by the family to get the shit off of George Washington? I'm telling y'all. I don't even know if they will still stick by these statements. I don't know if they got family members that they can talk to right now that will say that this happened. But in my mind, right now, this is a distraction. We got to remember, y'all, that Tracy was still with George years after this happened. She still had babies with him. She still was fighting to be with him all this time and fighting the family about trying to press him about it. She wanted them to look at Porgy. She wanted them to look at anybody but George at that time. She covered for George. She just now saying he was acting strange 22 years later, y'all. I think that this shit was a distraction to get the eyes off of George, y'all, off of the real George. If only the family members can understand. Hold on. Let me put it up here. If only the family members can understand that by excusing, covering up Tracy's behavior, they are doing the opposite of helping find the girls, because it actually is irrelevant. I mean, because it actually is relevant. I get what you're saying, baby. I get it, Velmart. Voldemort. Thank you for coming through and thank you for engaging with me. You know what I mean? And commenting. I really appreciate that. Rayla, I appreciate that as well. Miss T, I seen you in there. Raven. Everybody, Conrad, kicking it with the Conrads. Everybody that's in here, y'all. I appreciate you, Torrance Bell. I appreciate you all for coming in here and interacting with me. I really do. Yeah, Miss T, kicking it with the Conrads, Rayla, Voldemort, Torrance, Ushraya, Raven, Brittany. Thank y'all so much for interacting with me. If I missed anybody, I'll get you before the end of the live. We got to keep going, but thank you, Court. Thank you, Court. We're going to talk, Court. We're going to talk. I'm going to hit you up on Instagram about the other conversations that we're going to have on this channel. But we're going to talk, girl. Thank you. I'm glad. Make you a channel, Court. Court, turn your subscription thing into a channel. And I got you. We're gonna talk about some stuff. We're gonna really shake the ground, Court. We're gonna really shake the ground because we both have been doing the work. And I'm proud of you, girl. I'm so proud of you. And I'm glad that we actually end up meeting again in a different light, in a different thing. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna tell our story. We're gonna tell our story. And it's gonna shake the ground. because people need that. People need this. They need realness, and I'm all about real-ish. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Court. Everybody say hey to Court. Everybody say hey to Court, my girl. Now, we're gonna get back to listening to it, y'all, because I know we're going kind of long today. But I'm in it to win it. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get through these recordings. But I feel like this Porgy shit, and this, it was supposed to be a joke. Yes, girl, yes. And this, I feel like this Porgy shit, it was supposed to be a joke shit. I feel like that is nothing but a distraction that they're using to get the eyes off of George. Because for about 15 years, they were still protecting George. They didn't stop protecting George until he actually left Tracy alone for good. That's when they stopped protecting him, when he snatched them kids away from Tracy. Now they want to come out and say what they think about George Washington. But before he came and snatched them kids away from Tracy, they were protecting him and doing things like this, talking about it was supposed to be a joke. This is bullshit, and I feel like it's irrelevant to the case, and it ain't doing nothing but getting in the way. We know who did it. We didn't find Tianda Harris in Porgy house or his car. And he used to go check on the kids. He used to actually go in the house with the kids. And we didn't find none of their DNA around him. And we would have had reason to do that. And we didn't. So we're not gonna sit up here and play these games to distract us from the fact that George Washington did this. Porgy didn't go to Home Depot on the 6th or the 5th. George Washington did. Keep the attention where it needs to be so we can solve the case.
Even if we go and talk to Lexi now, she could tell us to go pound sand.
Was it the house phone?
Yes. It was the home phone, not a cell phone.
Okay.
And I wouldn't let nobody use it. I wouldn't let nobody answer it. But I had to go to the bathroom. And the phone was ringing as I was going to the bathroom. And I'd say, Fifi, get that. Felicia, that's what I'm talking about. And I went in the bathroom. And as I was coming out, Fifi said, girl, come here, listen to this shit here. And I'm like, who is that? She said, this Alexis. And I'm like, okay, who is she? But she didn't get a chance to tell me who she was. But she said, tell my sister just what you told me. And Alexa, well, I asked them for her and I said, hello. And she said, hey, this Alexa, you know, this shit done went too damn far. This shit's supposed to have been a joke. And it's been taken too damn far. And I said, what shit been taken too damn far? She said, Tracy kids. Then she hung up the phone.
When I spoke with Tracy about this phone call, though relatives have said that they informed her of it, Tracy has no recollection of ever hearing about a supposed joke played on her by George Sr. Did Felicia or your mama Tiny ever tell you that George Sr. had made that statement, that he was going to play a joke on you because you kept leaving the kids alone?
I don't remember.
You don't recall that? This is real important, Tracy.
I know, but I don't remember.
A phone call came to your house. Felicia never told you that. Felicia or Shalia, when you were at the police station being questioned.
No, I never heard it. I don't even know about that. Did nobody tell me nothing about
Well,
that?
here it goes. Somebody called your house, talked to Felicia, and told Felicia that this was supposed to be a joke. Felicia goes, hold on, let you talk to my sister. Shalia got on the phone, and Shalia said, what you say? This is supposed to be a joke. And hung up the phone.
What she said was, you know somebody named Lexi? Alexi?
Yeah.
Who is she related to?
She's George Sr. Stepdaughter.
Exactly. That girl called your house. She wanted to speak to you. You were not home. Fifi told her, Tracy not here. She was like, no, I need to talk to Tracy. I need to talk to Tracy. Fifi said, tell me what you need to say to Tracy. She said, this was supposed to be a joke. This was supposed to be a prank on Tracy, and this shit has gone too far.
Exactly what she said.
And she also now Felicia panicked. You know how Felicia is. As tiny as she is, she panics. She gets Shalia to the phone. Shalia, get this phone and listen to what this girl is saying. She tells Shalia the same thing. They informed you that this phone call came.
I don't remember.
Rita was also unaware of the phone call Alexion allegedly made and of the joke George Senior allegedly played on Tracy. In fact, she had nothing but good things.
That's strange. And why is it that Tracy don't know nothing? Why is it? How could you forget something like that? How could you not recall something like that? And then when you say I don't recall, to me, in your mind, you know you're guilty. You know that you're a defendant in real life. You're supposed to be a defendant. You should have been locked up for this shit. And you know it. So you using words like I don't recall is letting me know that you're guilty, to be honest with you, because you're not in a courtroom right now. You're simply having an interview. What the fuck are you saying I don't recall for? Why wouldn't you just say, I don't remember that? But you saying I don't recall. So you got your defense on. Because in real life, you are a defendant because you know you have a part to play in it. Whether that's you being complicit in lying by omission or what. But that guilt that's on you is on you for a reason. And it's not just because you left them girls in that house. It's because you covered for the man who did it. Covered for him. Told him to drop you off by the water. You go that way. I'm going to come over here and distract the police and have them all over here while you go over there. Thinking that was going to make him be loyal to you forever. You let somebody take your children. My.
Things to say about George Senior. It was said, and I don't know if you had ever heard this before, that Porgy had made a statement to Felicia that we should play a trick on Tracy and take her kids and scare the shit out of her so she'll stop leaving them alone. You ever heard that before?
I never heard that come out for.
Let me just get a little bit off course just to ask some questions and get understanding just for factual. When you guys were left at the home at your house on many occasions, it's no secret it had not happened. Had Porgy came over there and become either a babysitter, had he ever called you guys to make sure that you guys okay?
He'll just call like, is your mama there?
Mm-hmm.
But he never really babysit us at our house unless my mama told him to come over. I don't recall him babysit our house. I don't recall us going to his house.
Mm-hmm. So you guys would go over there?
Yeah, because she'll send us over there. That's why. Yeah.
What do you recall happening at his house when you would go over there?
Nothing. We just watch TV. His daughter would be there. Now y'all know it's nothing. He never touched us or nothing.
Okay.
Never.
Okay. And he took good care of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, boy, you never harmed. Like, in my heart, I'm telling you, I don't believe he did not took them.
With all accounts varying to such a degree, it's impossible to pin down the truth without seeing the records, which are unfortunately lost to time. We had to step into the field and track down Alexion to see if she could remember this phone call and to corroborate any of the information that we've received. If any part of it is true, our investigation would turn directly to George Senior. Investigator Foster and I began the search for Alexion's information, an address or phone number something that would give us a lead. No one in the Bradley family referred to Porgy as George. If we're able to get our hands on the alleged voicemail left by Tianda saying that George is at the door, it would be hard to tie it to Porgy. According to Rita and Victoria, they hardly even knew that was his real name.
Because they was trying to get it mixed up because she was saying George Porgy. She never said Porgy. We never called Porgy George. Never in our life. We never went by that name.
So there's no misunderstanding.
No misunderstanding.
She could have been talking about Porgy.
No.
Because if she would have, if it was Porgy, she would have said
Porgy, yes. We always call him Porgy. We never called him George a day in our life.
It was crazy. We didn't even know his name was George at first.
Yeah, like we just knew about Porgy.
We didn't know his name was George at first. Okay. I learned his name was George when the case started.
Missing, yeah, because
I
we
didn't
just
know
called him Porgy.
We just called him Porgy. Okay. I had no idea.
On the next episode of Disappeared, the Bradley sisters.
Hello. Hello. Hey, Chandra, how are you?
So I understand that, back in 2001, you knew George Washington. And tell me, how long were you involved with him?
Oh, man. We were dating, I want to say maybe 2 years. And he was always getting up in the middle of the night. Maybe a year into dating him, I would be asleep. And if I got up to use the bathroom, he would be gone.
Disappeared, the Bradley sisters is produced by Entertainment One, Gary Sherman Films, and Mainstay Entertainment for Discovery ID. You can follow our show wherever you get your podcast, and we'd love it if you could take a second to leave us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts.
Everybody that's watching this with me, do me a favor. When this live is over, y'all go to Apple Podcasts
Everybody
and
that's
leave
watching
them
this with me, do me a
My
favor.
bad.
When this live is over,
y'all go to Apple Podcasts.
Everybody
and
that's
leave
watching
them
this with me, do me a favor.
My bad, y'all. Forgive me for that feedback. But everybody that's watching this, I need y'all to do me a favor and go to Apple Podcasts and give them a 5-star rating on this. Because this is very informative. I'm gonna make sure that I go do that. Y'all make sure y'all go on y'all phones and go on y'all Apple Podcasts after this is over and give them a 5-star rating because we need them to continue to drop stuff. Now, as y'all can see on the thing, there's episode 5, and then up under it, it says Mouse to Nowhere. That has nothing to do with Diamond and Tiana. It will say episode 6. So this is the last episode that we're getting ready to go into now. Let me see how many minutes we are at with it. Okay, this one is 30 minutes, y'all. So we're going to ride it out and go ahead and listen to this 30-minute one. I might pause it in the middle if things are going crazy or, you know what I'm saying, if it's a lot of things that I need to discuss. But this is crazy, y'all. I feel like this whole Porgy conversation is just a distraction, y'all. I really do. I really do. If anything, I would listen to Rita. I feel like Sheila is flip-flopping. And now, matter of fact, y'all, before we listen to part 5, y'all, just hold on. I want to go to something real quick. Hold on. Because at the end of the day, the only person that I would be listening to in this situation would be Rita. Rita would be one of them. And Victoria. Raylan, aka Diamond. And I would have to listen to Tracy because I know she know more than what she's letting on. I know she know more. I know she know more.
money makers, my honey boo bears, and my cousins. So
we're gonna watch this real quick.
A few of y'all wanted me to break down what they were saying because I know the sounds with them trying to block out the profanity was quite annoying. So in this part, it was kind of muffled with whoever had initially posted it on TikTok. So here's a better version of it where you can hear what they were saying. Now, it's two things that I want to kind of keen in on what was being said with Rita and Fee, the sister and the cousin of Diamond and Tianda. Now, Rita says that the murderer was, and she, said it was the boyfriend. Also, Rita said that she had told Sheila her side of the story, and Sheila never told what Rita had told Sheila. So, I wonder what it could have been that she told that Sheila didn't want to put out. Like, why wouldn't she put it out if it was something that could have proven who did the what, the when, the why, and the where, or, proving that, it didn't happen when they say it happened. I'm just wondering, like, why? Because when it happened, Rita was 12. And why would she say that he was the murderer if they still feel like these girls are missing and alive? So let me play this so y'all can hear it without it being muffled. Now, she is referring to the great aunt, not the cousin, in reference to, who was messing with George. So, just wanted to get that clear because, like, the first time that I heard it, I misinterpreted it and I was thinking that, she was referring to the cousin. But now she is directly talking to Sheila. Now, after she said who she feels like the murderer is, the cousin makes a valid point to me because she said, if you feel that way, then why y'all still mess with him? Now, I know that
if you feel that way, then why y'all still mess with him? Y'all know she talking about George Washington, right? I just sent you. Okay, sis, I'm about to go to it while I'm playing the thing. You know how I'll be stepping off when I'm playing the thing. I'm gonna go and look at it while I'm playing that so we can play it next if that's something that we're gonna play next. All right, sis. All right. Okay, thank you so much. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate the engagement, y'all. I appreciate the engagement. We on the road to monetization. I cannot wait until this is you know what I'm saying, something that, and I cannot wait until this is the only thing that I'm doing. You understand what I'm saying? You know how they say you want to get paid for your passion so that you can do what you love doing and it don't feel like work because you're passionate about it. This is something that I'm passionate about. I want to continue to get better at it. And I can't wait until my career is YouTube and public speaking and investigating and, my 501c3 that I want to start to help girls and women who go through things like this, who have parents like this. I could not imagine having a mother that left us at home alone all the time and didn't care about us, wanted to go and party all the time. We had to call our aunts and uncles and shit to come and help us because our mama wanted to be out in the street partying. And it's still girls out there going through that to this day. That's why I'm screaming loud about it. And my prayer is that I meet people through this YouTube, through this channel, the community that we create. I'm hoping are the people that's going to help me start a coalition to stop this. And I said coalition, shout out to my brother. My brother got a coalition. He got a 501c3. I'm going to tell y'all more about that as we go on. But I I want to start a organization to help women that go through this, to help young girls that go through this, to help children that are in situations like this. Women who have been on drugs and want to change their life, that got children that need to turn their life around. That's afraid of losing their children, so they don't want to tell the truth about what happened. Thank you, sis. Thank you, sis. Thank you, sis. And I'm gonna keep going. I'm not gonna stop. Even though it's things that's been coming up against me to try to stop me, I'm not gonna stop. I'm finally doing it, and I ain't going nowhere. It's been a long, long time coming. All right, y'all, let's keep going. We're gonna talk now. She just said Sheila was screwing George Washington, and now we got this story that Sheila trying to say to confuse everybody, talking about it could be the other George Senior, Porgy, a girl named Alexis, which is weird. But yeah, this new story that you're telling us, it doesn't make sense. And then I go back to when Rita said that you was sleeping with George Washington. Is that why you saying this stupid ass story? You come out here, Sheila, and you play like you just the aunt that's concerned. You play like you just been concerned so much. And now I'm starting to look at you different. Because we don't have time for the bullshit. We need to get right to the nitty-gritty. We need to know the things from you that you are afraid to say. That's what we need you to tell. Those things that you know that you're afraid to say because you're afraid of how the family gonna react if you tell the truth. Those are the things that we need for you to say, and that's the only way you'll get my respect back. Because you're going around the merry-go-round with this, and now I really believe Rita when she said that she was screwing him. Why would you screw George Washington if you care about your nieces so much? It's one thing for Tracy to be caught up with him already, and he got a wife and she can't leave him, and she's sick in the mind and let him do something to her kids and all this and that. But you sat up there and you watched that and you still slept with that man? That family got some problems, bro.
The mother had another child by him, and I also heard allegedly, straight rumor, that they were supposed to have got married. Now, I don't know how concrete that is, but we do know that Tracy had another baby by him. And we're going to get into that after this.
His family told Sheila the story. See, you gotta catch between that yapping back and forth. You gotta kind of catch the shit. She said his family told Sheila the story. What? So his family, meaning George's family, told Sheila the story? What?
Now, let me interest it right here. Like, I do feel like that she kind of bullied her way into the information and to the forefront, because when she did an interview with the Pascal guy, she was saying, you know, I'm paraphrasing, but she was saying basically that, she interrogated Tracy opposed to like asking questions, trying to make some sense of what was going on.
I need that interview with the Pascal guy. We need that interview. And who did the interview? Was it Sheila? Was it Fifi? Or was it Rita? Who did the interview with the Pascal guy? We need that.
She also has said things like she feel like Tracy was the one that deleted the voice message, but she also come back and said things like she feel like the police deleted the voice message. It's like Sheila will put out something 1 minute and in one interview and then turn around the next day and do another interview and put out something that contradicts what she said the day before. And that
shout out to Moni Stacks. Shout out to you, Moni. Shout out to Moni Stacks, man. Because that is facts. That is exactly what I was just thinking just now, listening to that part with Sheila. Sheila, at this point, you don't exist to me no more. At this point, you are a distraction. At this point, you are sent to get us off of focus of George. And that's crazy because you play like you care so much. You play like you care so much, but your slip is showing. Your slip is showing, Sheila.
What I started noticing about her, because I started feeling like a shift of emotions when it, kind of involved her. Because at first, when she was talking about the family wanted to sue her, I was still halfway, like giving her kudos for advocating for this case. But the more I kept on watching, it seemed like maybe she the one that's actually exploiting the girls and doing all of this for her money.
And that's your fault, Sheila. That is your fault because of your contradicting ass stories. We see you. Your slip is showing.
Okay, but we'll get into more of that in a minute.
So what are you talking about? She want to make Tracy look bad. No, bitch, you're the bad one. What are you talking about?
She says she want to make Tracy look bad. No, bitch, you're the bad one. So we know that Rita wants to protect Tracy. And she called her mom Tracy, not protect my mama or make my mama look bad. No, bitch, you're the bad one. She said she want to make Tracy look bad. No, bitch, you're the bad one. They're both the bad one, Rita. They're both the bad one, baby. Both of them. Both of them. It's ridiculous. Rita stopped, and I'm proud of Rita for the interview because I do feel like even the times that she wanted to lie, she still came out with the truth. Like when she said their mama didn't leave them there for days, she turned around and said, because when she would do that, we would call faith. So you still told the truth in that one. So I give you your kudos for that, boo. But yeah, we see Sheila for her works, baby. We see your slip, Sheila. Go on somewhere. Go fix that. We see your slip. Your slip is showing, bitch.
Now, she said that, she told Sheila the story and Sheila never put it out there. And again, I asked, what is it that Rita was telling that she won't mention since she's the advocate? And another thing, because Rita was so young, they might not want to credit her. I don't know, but there's many kids that have solved a lot of cases. So I'm just wondering why at this point, Rita herself, being an adult, won't go out and tell the part that she know instead of relying on Sheila to put the information out. These are her sisters, and
that's crazy because we just listened to Rita part first, and then we heard Sheila part, and we literally still feel that same way. Rita's testimony in this is more credible than Sheila's. It's more heartfelt than Sheila's. It feels more real than Sheila's. I'll listen to Rita over Sheila any day now. Rita is the one who always breaking down when they go to them vigils because that baby put that shit on herself. She was the older sister. And it's what older sisters do. Any older sisters out there understand. I'm the oldest of two, but I'm not the oldest. I'm not the big sister of the whole. I'm just the oldest of two. But I know that when my little sister in some shit, I want to be there. My little brother, when he used to be, living his life, we all got our stories, and I'm so proud of him. He's doing so great. Y'all just wait till I start telling y'all about my brother. Y'all just wait. When I tell y'all, just like, oh my goodness, I love him dearly, and I'm so proud of him. What I'm saying is, I can just imagine how she feels as a big sister every year when she go to them vigils, and then knowing that she got to suppress this real anger that she got towards her mama about leaving them all the time, because she understood more than her siblings did. Her siblings was just, oh, mama gone, we running around the house doing what we got to do. We got to listen to Rita. Rita want us to clean up. Rita being the fucking mother every day, and she thinking she could just go and do what she wanted to do and leave Rita to take care of all the kids. And then when something happened, Rita got to take the blame. And you wrong for that, Tracy, because you let that baby live with that stuff for 22 years. She been taking the blame while you been hiding shit, while you been hiding the secrets. It's something wrong with her, y'all. It is something wrong with Tracy, y'all. Because mentally, how could you do that? You hurt all 4 of your kids. All 5, because you went and had I'm sorry, 6. Somebody just told me you had 2 babies with George after the fact. Not just 1. And he took both of them. And we're going to get to the bottom of it. If I got to go to Chicago myself to get the records, we're going to get to the bottom of it. And we got to get to this video. So I'm going to let this play a little bit more so we can go to part 5.
To become a spokesperson for them if she wanted to. All she had to do was just, build her a platform or start advocating in her own way and telling her side of the story and what she remembered. I'm just wondering how come she won't do that and why she relying on Sheila to put out what she been telling Sheila. And if it's something critical to the case, how come Sheila won't put it out? I'm just asking. And so when Fee said that they all failed her, she wasn't really talking about the kids. She talking about the adults, because in the part where it's, the profanity being blocked out, that's basically what she was saying about how they had been touched and, somebody could have called the Child Protective Services on Tracy to get the kids taken, like they did another family member that was just drinking around the kids. They called and got hers taken. So she was trying to figure out, well, why didn't they call, in on Tracy? And she also was asking, like, where were the people that knew Tracy was leaving them kids alone? Where were they when they could have went over there and sat with the kids or took the kids with them? But in return, they talked about Tracy. So it's a lot of things that come out, with this, because she was saying also that, when they have those vigils every year, it's hard to be out there when y'all holding hands. Well, they holding hands and standing next to the person that molested them or whatever. So it seems like, according to what we getting from this cousin, it's a lot of family secrets within this family, and a lot of it has to do with incest. And so that raises the question to me about that key that Tianda had lost before this incident happened, and they never recovered the key. And some news media said that, it was a couple of family members that had access to that apartment as well. Also, it was never said that, it was a break-in, like anything was tampered with. So you have to wonder if the girls opened the door or did somebody just go in. We also have to look at that note that everybody is questioning now. They're saying forensics came back saying it was Tianda's writing, but the family is saying that that's not Tianda's dialect per se. Also, the placement of the note. Usually when you leave a note for somebody to find, you're going to put it in areas where they're going to go look. Maybe hang it on the door, leave it on the table, put it on the refrigerator, sit it by the phone, something where they're going to look. But it seems like they always say it like this: the note was found beside a pile of clothes. What is the significance of the pile of clothes? And then you have Rita also talking about how her mama always left them with clothes and stuff. So I'm trying to figure out, like, why is that significant in this case? Why? And it's the placement of the note, a clue to something or who could have done that. But now they say that Tianda wouldn't have left the note, she would have called. And so the call that supposedly came in around about 8:17 that morning, in between calls, that Tracy was supposed to be calling home, because she started calling about 8 something that morning, trying to check on the girls as well. And so Tracy was calling from her work phone. The girls called Tracy's cell phone, which Tracy's mom, Mary, had. So again, I asked then, why didn't Mary answer the phone? So anyway, that call supposed to be came in on the 6th. Now by the 7th, the aunt Faith is the one that I read supposed to have found the message on the phone. And it was supposed to be 10 of them all together that heard this infamous voicemail. By the 8th, the voicemail had been deleted. So the police claimed that they never heard the voicemail, they didn't delete it, and that's why I was saying earlier that Sheila had claimed that Tracy could have been the one that deleted it, and also Sheila said that the police was the ones that deleted it, and it's things like that.
That's the bullshit that we talking about, Sheila. One minute you say Tracy deleted it, the next minute you say the police deleted it. I'm leaning more towards the first thing you said, Sheila, that Tracy deleted it. That makes more sense. It does, because Tracy's hiding everything. So why are you so afraid of them that you would discredit yourself like that? You'll say Tracy deleted it. But then when the family starts flipping out on you, you turn around and you say the police did it, just so the family can so you can get the heat off of the family. And you won't get attacked like Fifi just got attacked by Rita, because that's what happened. Rita came on there to shut her ass down because she was talking too much. And Rita is always, she's still in protective mode. But Rita, nobody protected you, baby. Nobody protected you. Right now, you in this video, you was upset. You was upset. Where was your support at? Who was helping you? Who was looking out for you? Who was protecting you, boo? Who was protecting you? We're gonna get to the rest of the thing, y'all, because we got a time going by so damn fast. We're gonna get to the rest of the thing. Y'all ready for part 5? We get a 1 in the chat if y'all ready for part 5. Y'all ready to? I think it's an older voicemail, if it even existed. Yeah, I think that. Oh, are you saying that you think that the voicemail wasn't? No, they had the time for the voicemail though. Well, they so-called did. They so-called had the time for the voicemail, and it was within those time. It was within that time frame of them missing. All right, Miss C. All right, Court. I see you. All right, let's get into part 5, you guys. Let's go.
Epic journey of highs and lows. Therapy can help you navigate it all and take care of yourself so you can be the best parent possible. And BetterHelp makes it easy. Complete a brief questionnaire, match with a licensed therapist, and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. 100% online and designed for maximum flexibility. Get started at betterhelp.com/parenthood for 10% off the first month.
I'm here to announce the indictment of Rex Andrew Heuermann.
Holy crap, they caught Long Island serial killer.
Tell me how this started.
It was a sex party.
I'm gonna murder your family. 12 years, no leads. How could that happen? It's been 13 years since 11 bodies were found on Long Island. Police have arrested a man for 3 of those murders. Listen to the latest updates on the case and find the full season of Unraveled, Long Island Serial Killer, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, this is Rex. I hope to talk to you soon.
Previously on Disappeared, the Bradley sisters. And now Tracy Bradley is leaving the apartment to go and look for her children.
Right.
George Washington drives her to somewhere on the bridge on 35th Street that's headed towards the lakefront.
Correct. It's actually at 12:25. He's actually calling Chandra's home.
Chandra Stewart is a woman who was also romantically linked to George Washington around the time the girls went missing. There are reports that George Washington spent the first part of the evening of the 5th with her before seeing Tracy overnight and into the morning of the 6th. Chandra was also confirmed to be with George the afternoon of the 6th, after the girls were known to be missing.
Because of some of the information that's been put out there right now, we felt like it was important that we get a hold of Chandra Stewart. I think it would be best in our course of investigation that if we heard it right from Chandra's own two lips, that yes, he spent the night with me the night before into the 6th and left, sometime around 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
After attempting to contact Chandra directly for months, we were able to find her husband here in Chicago, who set us up to have a call with Chandra. Chandra was with George Washington the week the girls went missing, and we need to comb through her memory to get to the bottom of what exactly happened in July of 2001.
Xavier just texted back. She's waiting on my call. Are you going to do this conversation or no? Okay.
You want me to do it? Okay, Chandra, please answer.
Hello?
Hi, Chandra. It's Pam Childs.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm okay. My first day off.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. So you've been busy, huh?
Oh, yeah. It's always like that, though.
Okay. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just have a couple of questions for you. Okay, great. So, Chandra, what we wanted to do was have an opportunity to sit down and talk to you about some interviews that you gave to the Chicago Police Department some years ago involving Tiana and Diamond Bradley, the two missing girls from 2001. We can come out there to sit down and talk to you, and we're willing to bring your husband with us.
Okay.
Chandra agreed to let us come meet her in person to do the interview. Okay, Chandra, have a great day, okay? God bless you.
God bless you.
In 1,000 feet, turn right, then turn right.
Chandra is based outside the Chicago area. We have hopped on a plane to travel a few thousand miles in hopes of interviewing Chandra Stewart face to face. We're pulling up to her residence now. He said find a visitor's parking space. I don't know if you heard. Right here. Visitors. Do they say visitor? Oh, right here. They say visitor, right? It's reserved. Oh, it says reserved. It said visitor.
You've arrived at your destination.
I am Pam Childs, and this is Disappeared, the Bradley Sisters. Hello.
Foster as usual. Ms. Jones, how are you doing?
Hi. Good to see you again. Nice to meet you. Because a 3-year-old and a 10-year-old,
Disappear
they
in
just
thin
don't
air.
disappear. And, and they're just gone, and is that really going to be okay? It hasn't been okay with me.
It shouldn't be okay with anybody. I'm amazed that there's been absolutely no trace of anything at all these years.
So we got together, and I have 2 other retired detectives working with me, and then investigator Foster. He's the private investigator that was hired by the family.
Okay.
We both have enough knowledge about the case, and we've been going all over the place, talking to people, trying to get some answers. But another way we look at it is that 2001 versus 2023, technology has changed quite a bit.
Absolutely.
And there's some things that we believe that they can do.
Okay.
The Chicago Police Department.
Okay.
So we plan to take them a new itinerary.
Okay.
And say, hey,
fresh eyes.
Do X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
This might bring you something that you missed. I understand that back in 2001, you knew George Washington. And tell me, how long were you involved with him?
Oh, man. We were dating, I want to say maybe 2 years, something like that. Off and on.
Mm-hmm.
I worked a lot, and we ran into each other, and we knew each other from teenagers. We worked at
the Chicago Police Department.
Okay.
So we plan to take them a new answer to me. And then Investigator Foster, he's the private investigator that was hired by the family.
Okay.
We both have enough knowledge about the case. And we've been going all over the place, talking to people, trying to get some answers. But another way we look at it is that 2001 versus 2023, technology has changed quite a bit. And there's some things that we believe that they can do.
Okay.
The Chicago Police Department.
Okay.
So we plan to take them a new itinerary.
Okay.
And say, hey,
fresh eyes.
Do X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
This might bring you something that you missed. I understand that back in 2001, you knew George Washington. Mm-hmm. And tell me, how long were you involved with him?
Oh, man. We were dating, I want to say maybe 2 years, something like that, off and on.
Mm-hmm.
I worked a lot, and we ran into each other, and we knew each other from teenagers. We worked at Wendy's in downtown, and we were friends then, and he always walked me to the train, made sure I got on the train. He was a Jehovah's Witness, so he was always polite, always, a gentleman. So, I mean, I knew he had a crush on me then, but I was like 16, and I really wasn't thinking about anything like that. And I saw him I went to a friend's high school reunion, and he was dating a friend that was there. And as I got there and talked to my friends, she wanted to introduce me to her boyfriend, and he walked up. And when he saw it was me, he started chasing me. Because once I realized it was him, I was like, wow. And then he just started running towards me, picked me up, spin me around, and everybody was, looking, because I was like, I hadn't seen him since we were teenagers. We were married 28, 29. After that, he just started popping up,
pursuing
calling me, yeah, all the time.
Okay.
But he was working all the time, and so was I. And I was fresh off divorce, and I had 3 kids. And he didn't want any kids. He told me he didn't really want any children. He didn't have any children. So we dated. He would always pick me up from work and drop me off. He dropped me off at the train all the time. Then he was always getting up in the middle of the night. Maybe a year into dating him, I would be asleep. And if I got up to use the bathroom, he would be gone. And I would think maybe he got called to work or went to do something for his mother, because I think his father had passed away.
When you say gone, I mean literally physically out of the house?
Gone out of the house.
Without saying goodbye?
No. And I would either catch him coming back in, or I would be up I would be woke when he came and kind of crept back in the bed.
Did you ever question him?
Yeah.
That's where he went. What was it?
Ice cream.
Ice cream.
What do you mean?
Ice cream. He went to the ice cream parlor.
At what time?
12, 1.
What ice cream parlor?
There was an ice cream parlor. I lived on 100 and something, like 115th. And he said there was an ice cream place that he always went to. He would always bring ice cream back with him.
Well, he had some type of fascination with ice cream.
Yeah.
Chandra makes a few accusations about George that have piqued my interest. She alleges shocking behavior that will move him up my list as a person of interest in the Bradley case. One thing that's hard for me to believe is that someone like him is skilled enough to commit this crime and get away with it. Quickly, Foster and I decide we have to get more from Chandra to paint a more complete picture of George's personality and any possible potential for criminal behavior.
If I can take you back to where you said that when you got in the car with George and your children would get in the car with George, that he would have money laying around. What was his behavior towards your kids?
Just nice. Just, if they wanted something, they could have it. And I told them, you can't just give them whatever they want. You know, if they wanted candy, ice cream, toys, they could have whatever. If they saw a $100 bill, they could stick it in their pocket. They could have it, no matter what it was. Like, kids should be happy. I don't have children, so you should just give them what they want. I was like, no, you shouldn't be giving them what they want.
Had you ever left the kids with George alone, such as either picking them up from a school, daycare, or anything like that?
No, he was always working. Our schedules were kind of the same. So he would pick me up from work, from the train, and take me home. So, no. And if they ever saw George or he came by, they would call me. They would be like, George came by. But I would always tell them, you don't let anybody in.
Had George ever taken your children to the drive-in theater or to the movies, period?
Not without me, no. And that was the only time we ever went to the movies, was that one time. Mm-hmm. That was the only time we ever went.
And all three children were together?
Yeah.
With you?
Yeah.
He drove to the Bel Air drive-in. Is that accurate?
I think that's what it was. It's so hard to remember, but I think I had the tickets. I had the tickets for the movie, but we never went to the movies that I can remember. It was just that one time that he wanted to go.
Did he ever put your children in the trunk of the car so that he would not have to pay for them?
He wanted to.
Okay, and what happened?
I told him, hell no. I was like, no. Why? For what?
Why did he want
kids. He didn't want to pay. He was just like, why should we? He was like, no, for what? I was like, they're kids. What difference does it make? He was like, well, no. I was like, he's like, I'm going to get them food and stuff. So I was like, no, you're not going to put them in the trunk. No. Why would you do that? But he wanted to. He did.
When you were inside his house, did you ever go in the basement area?
Always. That's where his room was.
And did it look as if he was ever renovating this basement, or?
Yeah, it always looked like it was something needed to be fixed and leaking.
I mean, but did it look like he was tearing it apart to redo it?
Like the walls, the floors, anything of that nature?
Or was it just
It was always a raggedy mess. If he was fixing on something, he was always redoing something. So pipes would be taped and screwed and there would be tools everywhere, but it was like that it was never clean. Okay. It was never clean. If we were going somewhere, he would just grab a pair of pants off a huge pile of clothes and just put them on with nothing. I'm like, you gonna shower, you gonna put on the underwear or anything? And we would get into it about that. I'm like, you don't smell, the clothes are still wet. Mm-hmm. Why are you still? And he would just in this room watching Soul Train all the time. He had every single episode. He had been recording them since he was a kid. Every single episode of Soul Train. Mm. He had videos just stacked up. He watched it. And he never missed the show. He recorded it all the time. Mm. He just sat there watching all the time.
If you remember, on the 4th of July in 2001, did you see George Washington?
I always spent the 4th of July with my kids.
Okay.
So if he did come by, I was doing, the 4th of July, because I would make it a whole celebration with my birthday and my family. And
so you would have company at your house?
Or I would be at my family's house.
Family's
yeah, because we would have 4th of July thing and my birthday would be part of that. And I would always, yeah. And he wasn't around my family. He didn't go around and meet my family and cousins or my mom or anybody. And I didn't meet any of his.
On the 5th of July, the day after the 4th of July, he was going to take you to the drive-in, but it was closed. Mm-hmm. You recall that? And then...
He wanted pizza?
He ended up... you guys were going to go to the drive-in to see Dr. Dolittle, to the Bel Air, but it was closed. So you ended up going to Ford City Theater.
Right, because I had the tickets. Because I think I gave them the ticket stubs. Because I remember that. Because I always keep the ticket stubs whenever I go to the theater. Because the fact that he wanted to go to the movies, I found it odd.
That was the 5th.
Yeah, because I was like, do what? Because the kids really, my kids are Chicago kids. They didn't really want to go see Dr. Dolittle. They didn't. And he was just like, yeah, we can go and make a day of it. And he was talking about, what's the name of the pizza place? It was a pizza place that he was talking about. And I don't think the kids wanted to go there. Because that was his idea, to go to the movies, not mine, because, yeah, they want to see talking animals. No.
So on the 6th of July, which is the morning that the girls came up missing, or the day that they were discovered gone, George Washington was at your house, or was he at your house that night? Or in the wee hours of that morning, like up until 3 a.m.?
Yeah.
On the 6th.
He might have been, and then got up and left.
And then George goes and starts his day with Tracy Bradley. Okay, at 6:15 in the morning, and from 6 until 6:30, Tracy woke up, Tianda's up, Washington woke up, drove Tracy to her job, Robert Taylor breakfast lunch program. At 9:32, he calls your phone.
Did I answer? Did I talk to him?
Well, this is from 9:32 to 9:33, so it's a 1-minute call. Maybe you didn't.
Probably
Maybe
not.
he left a message. And then at 10:30, George Washington is at his house. Even though his statement was he was picking Tracy up from work, but his phone record says he was at his house. And sometime between 11 and 11:30, Tracy arrives at her apartment and discovers the girl's gone, and she finds a note from Tianda. And this is on the 6th of July, 2001. They did go to the Jewel. They have the receipt from the Jewel food store. At 12:25 to 12:36, George is calling you, your home and cell phone. It's just 1 minute.
Yeah, because if George called me, I answered. Most of the time, I would talk to him. And if I didn't, it was because I was either at work.
Do you recall him? I mean, okay, since it's your birthday week, you said it's possible that you had taken that week off, which would explain why he wasn't driving you to work at 6 in the morning. So that's a possibility, right?
Yeah.
According to the cell phone records, yeah, he may have been at your house until 2 o'clock. So he left Tracy knowing that her kids were missing, and then he came to you.
If he did, he didn't act like anything was wrong. And George had all types of things. Police scanners, all types of things that he picked up from the swap meets.
It's giving me deception right now. It's giving me deception right now. That's what I'm feeling, y'all. What y'all feel about this? Right now in this moment, I'm feeling deception for some reason. I wonder if that woman is afraid of George. Because it's giving me deception. Like, I don't want to be nothing to do with this, and I want everybody to hear me defend him. I want to make sure he knows that I'm not telling on him or saying nothing, because this don't sound like the woman who called and said she got to get this off of her conscience. They said that in the beginning of the lady, the lady who we talked to now, Miss Stewart, they said that when they originally spoke to her, she called them. She came to them and said she had to get something off of her chest, off of her conscience, because she didn't realize until she saw what was going on, why he was bloody that night when he came in the house. Now, I'm going to listen to the rest of it, but it's giving me deception for some reason. I'm not feeling like she's being totally honest. But we'll get through this, and then we're going to talk about what we're going to do next. What's our plan of action next?
All type of electronics and things like that.
So George claims that on the 6th of July, he says he takes Chandra to Jewel on 115th and Halsted for ice cream.
Probably. He always took us for ice cream. All the time.
And at 4:45 to 5:30 per Chandra, you, your son, and George Washington go to Beggar's Pizza on 129th and Western. And this is from 4:45 to 5:30.
Yeah.
You went to Beggar's Pizza on 129th and Western. You recall that?
Yeah.
And you say he didn't act like he knew nothing about nothing.
No, he was perfectly
He didn't
fine.
seem shook up, or the girls was missing. He didn't come tell you nothing about nothing.
Jovial. What else you guys want to do? You want to go to the lakefront? It's nice out. Want to go do this, that? No. Whatever we wanted to do, he was willing to go and do it. He wasn't worried. He wasn't concerned. He wasn't messing with his phone. No. But he was always like going to the bathroom, so he could have been doing
Making
that.
other plans.
Yeah, he could have been.
And just to reiterate what you told me about the 6th of July, George Washington was around you on that day, and he acted as if he didn't know anything.
I've never seen him upset, frantic. I've never. Only when I told him to stop coming around me. Only when I told him I didn't want to see him anymore. That's when I saw him be mad and frustrated and upset.
Listening to Chandra talk about George, she describes a man who acted as if he had never heard of Tracy Bradley, Diamond, or Tiana. I started to wonder about George's schedule. He seemed to be all over the place, and it's really difficult to pin down where he was and when.
Parenting is an epic journey of highs and lows. Therapy can help you navigate it all and take care of yourself so you can be the best parent possible. And BetterHelp makes it easy. Complete a brief questionnaire, match with a licensed therapist, and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. 100% online and designed for maximum flexibility. Get started at betterhelp.com/parenthood for 10% off the first month.
I'm Eli Roth. In the upcoming second season of my podcast, A Ghost Ruined My Life from Travel, you'll hear real, horrifying accounts from actual victims who came face to face with the paranormal and survived.
It was the shape of a small human, and it was pure blackness, like nothing I've ever seen before in my life.
A ghost? You saw a ghost?
Yeah, I did. Listen to A Ghost Ruined My Life with Eli Roth from Travel, wherever you get your podcasts, and prepare to be terrified.
So, on the 7th of July, George Washington claims to have been with you, being with you on the 7th of July during the evening hours. But there are 18 calls from you to his cell phone that is in the cell phone records.
Because we probably were supposed to. The only time I would call somebody like that is because I was waiting for them.
And a cell tower at 87th and Greenwood confirms where he was at that time. 87th and Greenwood is where he was located.
That's right on Stony Island. East.
Yeah, that's
Stony
nowhere near where I lived. And he wasn't with me because I wouldn't have called him that many times. I was waiting for him then. I was probably, if I called him that many times, I was dressed, ready to go. And I probably had gotten a babysitter, and I had been waiting and waiting and waiting, trying to figure out where he was and why he wasn't answering.
So would that be true to the fact on July 7th when you called from your house to George Washington's cell phone that afternoon? George Washington called you back about 1850 hours. And then again, he called you back at 1923. That was on July 7th. Do you recall what that conversation might have been about?
Probably lying to me, telling me where he was, that he had to do something. And I probably didn't want to hear it. Yeah, because I had been lied to so much with my first husband, I didn't want to hear it. And to make me wait all day like that, yeah, I probably was really pissed off and didn't want to hear what he had to say.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't call people like that.
When did you first find out about the girls missing?
The first time I found out about it is when the FBI grabbed me because I had no idea. He dropped me off. I got to the turnstile. I put my pay thing in. And as soon as the turnstile went around, they grabbed me and they said my name and they asked me if that's who I was. And I guess they waited for George to drive away. And then they grabbed me and
They touched you?
Yeah, they grabbed me and told me that I couldn't go.
What do you mean by grabbed?
They grabbed my arm and they pulled me back out of the turnstile and they told me that they showed me their FBI credentials and they told me I had to go with them.
Okay.
And I was like, for what? And they were like, we'll tell you that when we get downtown. And they was like, but this is regarding missing children. I was like, what missing children? And I was like, well, I need to call my job. And they were like, no, and they took my phone. And then they started telling, I said, well, my children. It was like, well, you don't have to worry about that right now because we're on our way to your house and do we have permission to search your house? And I was like, for what? And then they made me sit in this room. They kept me there.
Did they go to your house?
Yeah. They hooked me up to a polygraph.
You gave them permission to go to your house?
Well, once they told me that the girls were missing, they asked me.
So they finally did tell you?
They finally told me that what was going on because they kept me and I said, I need to tell my children where I am. I don't understand.
Okay.
And I said, okay, what young girls? And it was like his other girlfriend that he sees. And I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Because at this point you didn't know.
I didn't know. And then they started telling me about her and that he's been seeing her the entire time. He's always seen her. They got a kid together. He's due to take a DNA test. And the week she went missing, the week before, he was due to take the polygraph test. And that they felt that he was involved with them missing. Mm-hmm. Then they started telling me about he's leaving your house. We're following him. And if we go to your house, if we find anything of little girls in your house, we're going to take your kids. And I said, well, you're going to find little girl stuff because I have a daughter. I said, but if it's going to help you
but
find
didn't they
them,
already know that? They knew where to find you.
Yeah. They were like, well, you seem to be fairly intelligent, so we're trying to figure out how he goes from her to you. I said, I don't even know this woman. I don't even know who you're talking about. Well, if we tell you about her, she's complete opposite of you. I said, well, I still don't know. I don't know anything about her. Never met her. I don't know her. They kept me there for the entire day. And they were telling me that I guess George had went to the house to get my kids for me. And they were saying that they weren't going to give the kids to George. That they were going to
ask him to do that?
No, they took my phone.
Okay.
I didn't know. They were like, well, he's trying to go to the house and does he have permission to take? I said, no, my kids, they leave them where they are. Call my mom, call my sister. I've been here all day. My kid, who's going to tell my children where I am?
Okay.
So they was like, well, can we search your house? I said, go ahead. But I know my kids were scared to death. And they swarmed the house. They searched it. I told them to take whatever they needed. When they finally let me go, my boss called me to tell me they had been to my job. They had questioned my facility manager, the vice president of the software firm. They talked to everyone. When I got home, my kids were hysterical. They were upset. And I didn't know where George was. I hadn't talked to him. But I was calling him because I'm like, I wanted to talk to him and find out.
So was this that Monday, July 9th?
It had to be. It had to be because it was early in the morning. And I'm not sure exactly what day that the FBI got involved or came to pick me up, but they grabbed me on my way to work. And they was like, well, we're going to let you go because they gave me a polygraph and they let me go. And they said, we need to talk to you. Can we tap your phone? And I said, yeah.
Okay.
So they did. They tapped my phone.
Okay.
And the time that I spoke to George, I was telling him, I said, if you had something to do with this, you need to tell me. You need to be honest. I would never do anything like that. I said, you need to. If you didn't, then she did. Because it doesn't make sense. And you need to tell them whatever you know. Because it looks as though those kids went with somebody that they trusted. And if you were messing with her and you were over there and she felt that you were that girl's father, you need to be honest. Because if not, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't want you calling me. I definitely don't want to talk to you anymore. Stay away from me, George. And that's when he started coming to my job, calling my job all the time.
Now, this the thing about that. When it comes to women and stuff like that, and she in love with this man and he picking up her kids and all that, it's not credible for me because your feelings is involved with this man and you want to pin it all on this other woman who you probably already knew about and didn't get along with and thought she was trash anyway, because you made it a point to tell us that the police said that they can't believe that he dealt with her because she's totally opposite from you, which means that you feel like she was trash and that you're better than her. So your personal feelings is in it and you're not giving us accurate information because you're trying to protect the man that you're in love with and pin it on the deadbeat mama. But baby, he had a lot to do with it because she didn't buy no 50-gallon drum and burn nothing. Okay? So her right now, I'm not feeling what she's saying. I'm not feeling the credibility here. Yep, because this is a different woman. This is crazy. This is nuts, y'all. After this part right here is done, we're gonna come back. We're gonna discuss what we're gonna do next and when we're gonna reconvene about this. Right? She does seem to be holding back. Absolutely. You know it, court. You know, real recognize real, baby. And I ain't feeling no realness right now. Oh, it's almost over anyway. It's 55 seconds.
Yeah, I know about this.
About him being outside?
About him coming to your house and your job.
You know what? They never talked to me again.
But they had to tap on your phone.
Yeah.
So they knew that you had ended it.
Yeah. They never talked to me again.
So if you were talking on your phone about any of the weird things that was happening, then the FBI still had that tap on your phone.
I'm sure.
And they knew about it.
I'm sure because I told them I didn't care. They asked me could they do it, and I told them yes. And every time
did you ever get like 100% confirmation from them that there is a tap on your line?
No. They just said if you talk to him, try to get him to talk about it and see if you can get him to tell you anything about where the girls are or if he had anything, if he went by there.
And you should have told them, if you put a tap on my phone, I need to know when it's happening.
Yeah, I was.
But I know you're probably afraid.
I was 29. I was just concerned.
Yeah. We're good. We're going to let you get some rest. Because I know you're tired. I can tell.
Crazy.
And, but thank you so much. And
I hope I was able to help. I did.
Oh, you were a huge help. If accurate, Chandra's interview seems to fill some gaps in the story we knew about George Washington and his whereabouts from July 5th through July 7th. But it also raises some questions. We have to acknowledge that we're relying on a lot of memories from 22 years ago. George Washington has denied any involvement in the disappearance of Tianda and Diamond Bradley, and no charges have been brought against him as of today. With all of this in mind, it's clear to me that there is still more work to do when it comes to identifying what's fact and what's fiction when it comes to the mysterious George Washington. On the next episode of Disappeared, the Bradley Sisters.
We have got this far 12 other times with the DNA test and everything. But this one is a little bit different for us because this young lady actually went forward and gave DNA tests. So it's real great. Our family are very grateful that this young lady actually came forward with the information and went forward with the DNA test.
You know, we have a lot of questions. We want to talk to her, ask her, and, you know, a lot of things to talk to her about, with the number one question being, why does she claim that she was Diamond Bradley? Disappeared, the Bradley Sisters is produced by Entertainment One, Gary Sherman Films, and Mainstay Entertainment for Investigation Discovery. You can follow our show wherever you get your podcast, and we'd love it if you could take a second to leave us a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts.
Absolutely. 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 Y'all make sure that y'all go on Apple Podcasts, please, and go give that a 5-star rating, y'all. Make sure y'all go on Apple Podcasts and give that a 5-star rating. Thank y'all for holding it down and sticking with me for these 4 hours. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all know that. Y'all know I appreciate y'all so much. We on the road to monetization, y'all. Everything's gonna get better. Y'all gonna notice that my background changes, but it's gonna be changing for the better. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be using better devices because I'm gonna be, my mama got better devices. So I'm gonna be using better devices and the quality is gonna be better. I'm happy about this new path that I'm getting ready to go on. At first, I was a little bit, nervous about it. At first, I kind of felt like, oh my God, I don't want to take a step back. But I feel like it's a necessary stop in my journey for me to be able to fly the way that I want to on my own. You know what I mean? So I feel like it's gonna be all right. I feel like everything is happening for a reason, and everything is happening for me and not against me in Jesus' name. And I need y'all to say that as well. Even, if we don't pray to the same name, I understand that, but it's all one being. And people may call it different names, and I respect it, but I give honor and reverence to the Creator that created me, and I hope that y'all do as well. And I hope that y'all understand that all things are happening for you and not against you. Whatever it is that you're going through in your life, whatever it is that you pray about at night, whatever it is that troubles you at night, I pray that those things get better for you. I pray that you understand that all things are happening for you and not against you. When it comes to Tracy, Diamond Bradley, Sheila, I see we got another episode coming. The episode has not dropped yet, but y'all better believe that we will reconvene when the next episode drops. And I'm thinking maybe tomorrow, not tonight, maybe tomorrow or the next day. Thank you so much, Miss T. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, girl. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna reach out to you. I'm gonna call you soon. And why. But yes, man. Thank you so much, Miss T, for coming through. Shout out to my girl Court. Y'all, we're gonna have me and Court gonna have a conversation on my channel, y'all. It's gonna be real deep. It's gonna be dope. It really is, because we both, we was together in those days that we was partying, turning up and having fun, and then we separated, and when we both got our lives together, we ran into each other again. So hey, I'm proud of her. I'm proud of you, Court. I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of where you are in your life. And I'm proud that you decided to change. And we're gonna talk about it, baby, because we're not there no more, right? So we can talk about it. We can take accountability. We can move on, and we can help other people with our story. Shout out to Rayla. Thank you so much. Valdemar, thank you so much. Miss T, Court, Raven, Eushria. Who else came through? Kicking it with the Conrads. Thank you so much. Who else came through? It was some more. Man, I appreciate y'all so much. I already said Rayla. Kicking it with the Conrads, Raven, Eushria, Brittany, Torrance. There was another one too. Thank y'all so much. I always want to shout y'all out and let y'all know how much I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you, Kicking It with the Conrads. Thank you. Thank y'all so much. Brittany, thank you so much. Y'all have a good evening, okay? Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. Don't forget to come back. I will put something up so that y'all know when the next time I'm going live about this. This was great, y'all. Thank y'all so much. And we're going to talk about everything that we learned today on my next live. We're going to talk about it. Now we got the information. We're going to dissect it, talk about it. Don't forget to email me now. If y'all have anything that you want me to know, shout out to Rayla for that email that you sent me. I most definitely will be using that now. I most definitely will be using that email. The emails that you guys send me are very helpful. They are very helpful. Even if you want to email me on topics that you want to talk about. I know you, Shreya, you got something you want to talk about. I ain't forgot about you, sis. Raven, you too. Anything that you guys want me to discuss or think that would be good for us to talk about on this channel, please feel free to email me. You can support the channel as well. I appreciate all support. I haven't gotten a Cash App yet for this channel, but I understand it's a lot of work that I need to be doing, so I'm not tripping about that. But if you do want to support this channel in that way, you can always support at my Cash App, King Lexus, $ King Lexus. But the biggest support right now is that if you like, comment, share, and subscribe, get me out there, get me in the algorithm, and get me monetized. That's what I need. And that's what I appreciate, y'all. Don't forget to share this video. Y'all have a good night, man. Y'all have a good evening. Love y'all so much. Later.